one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. First order of business, we need to consider a motion to approve remote attendance by Supervisor Brown. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Nancy moved. Do I have a second? Okay, I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Under announcements and presentations, I do need to make an announcement. The board held an executive session this evening that was to discuss personnel, real estate acquisition, and matters involving attorney-client privilege. Next, under announcements and presentations, I'd like to invite the president of Mechanicsburg Area Meals on Wheels, Mr. Dave Shiner, is with us this evening. Come on up. I think he's here, maybe. Okay, I'm not seeing Dave. We'll table that for now, or did? Okay. We want to push it to next month? Okay. All right, then, yeah, that'll bring you up, right? Township manager will give a few updates on projects and financial.
Thank you.
Go to the second page. Thank you. Supervisors, as you know, we report 1 month behind. This is where we are year to date. Continue to see both the EIT and the real estate transfer and our building permits leading the way this year on the revenue side. Also, staff continues to do a great job on the expenses. This is where we are here, July year to date. We're in a good place here as we finish out the second half of the year. And as you know, we're starting to take a look at the 26 budget for this year. Go ahead, Scott. Won't need to read this. Anybody who hasn't seen this, these are some of the projects, not all of the projects that we're working on. Crossed out are things that we've gotten done this year. 3 really big things that have happened at the township this year. We put in a brand new website. We upgraded our financial system to the cloud. And we did, what's the third one, Cheryl? Payroll. How could I forget payroll? Because the payroll company we had for many years got bought by somebody else, so therefore we had to do a transition. And the new payroll system is certainly very difficult versus the other one. I'll just leave it at that. So been a lot happening this year. We'll go ahead up to the next slide. Grants, I think all of you know the state right now has some issues with regards to a budget. We don't have any updates on the grants that we've submitted. These are the 5 of the major grants that we have on the books that we've submitted to Harrisburg. I think everybody's been watching what's going on in the budget. Everything is right now on a pause. So we're not the only one affected. I think you can read other areas of the state are also affected by a lack of a budget pass. So go ahead on to the next one. We've talked about the stormwater, and stormwater will be changing in 2026. Everybody should be aware that as we look at our stormwater projects for residents, when you're in a development, it'll be based upon the development's impervious area. So what may happen, and I know I've shared it before, and I want everybody just to remember this. If someone puts on a deck, that deck, while it may be under a minor stormwater permit, may be considered a major stormwater permit. And that's because it's driven by what the cumulative amount of impervious area is in the development. So I would just really ask that everybody be aware of these changes when it comes into January 26. As you remember, we started this process this year. We felt we didn't do, just being very open, we didn't do a good enough job sharing what that was. So we're taking the next 6 to 7 months to just articulate stormwater. Its calculation on the residential area is going to be very different than it is in 25. Go ahead. Everybody knows about the road restrictions. Just so everybody's aware, Hemp Boulevard did open. The goal for DAP Lane is to be open by 9/2. That is the goal. That's a big, that would be a big win for everybody on the school side, because we've had traffic alterations and modifications. And we've got two other projects. One was working on right now is the Carlisle Pike and 114, which is nighttime work. And then also the one at 114 in Texaco, TBD when that will start. Go ahead. I wanted to show everybody some pictures. These are recent pictures of the Costco project. Just a couple more. I think I did there. Yep. And then there was one more showing the gas area. Just want to show everybody. Come on in. No, no problem. Everybody's aware we had a new retailer join the township, J. Crew. J. Crew opened on the 14th of August this year, right next to LL Bean. I was in there today. They're very, very happy with their opening. They're only about 2 weeks into it and said they're real happy to be part of the Silver Spring community. Go ahead. We talked about the website. We have received a lot of great feedback on the website. It's easier to navigate. It's much easier to find things. We're real happy with where it is right now. And I just want to again say thank you to the staff and the work that was done on that. It's a big undertaking to change a website. Big win right here. If you remember, we announced the codification of the township's ordinances. I think I had originally thought it would be October, November. We have delivered in August of this year. Big win. As you also know, we are currently reviewing a number of other ordinances. There will be some other changes. Those changes and those updates will happen probably in 26. In fact, they will happen in 26. But this is one of the longtime suggestions that residents asked for. It is done. It's on there. It's the one to look at. So it's codified. So again, a great job by the team. 1,000-acre celebration, Land Preservation Board. Amazing night. These are just a few of the pictures that were taken. The township celebrated 1,000 acres of preserved land. Should really feel proud about that. I think also there was a great article in Penn Live this week about land preservation and preserving of land. We had a good 150 people there, I would say at least. We also had the Secretary DCNR, Cindy Dunn there, who spoke. Really fortunate to have Cindy there. She's a big supporter of course, land preservation, but also Silver Spring Township. So really, really proud of this moment for the township and also the staff that got it set up that night. Just a really great night and a great job done by all. So very, very proud of this moment with more to come. Always give you the updates on some of the events coming up. Next one for us is going to be the BAC golf event on September the 5th, Fall Fest, etc. Please come out to Fall Fest. When the weather cooperates, because it seems to be weather is iffy, right, from time to time, we'll get over 2,500 people at Fall Fest. Gives us a chance to see the Stony Ridge Park and get a chance for many people in the community to show the things that they do and sell, along with our emergency services and the township staff. So really, I would highly recommend you to come out and join and just take a walk around during the Fall Fest. Other than that, I'm doing it really quick because I know it's a long night. Could be, possibly. Just want to say to the board, thank you. As you know, we had our first budget meetings, and we will now, in September, start the other budget meetings for the 26 budget. So thank you.
Thanks, Ray. All right, let's go to public comment. If there is comment, please come up to the microphone. Yep.
There's a new picture of Trindle and Locust that we've been working on a roundabout. So this is the new billboard. This is the design. We're hoping here the board invested in having us take the lead as the engineer. This is that intersection. I think anybody who drives Trindle knows how dangerous it is, but this is our draft.
Okay, thanks, Ray. All right, we'll take comment in person, then we'll go to online. Ma'am?
Martin, 107 Brook Meadow. I have a question that if I'm allowed to ask a question now or if I have to wait. I have a question about one of the items on the consent agenda. Is that something I'm allowed to ask or do I have to ask for it to be removed?
You're here, ask now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item 6A, Costco extended construction hours. My concern is that something's being asked retroactively. I was just curious how that came about.
Yeah, it was a request from Costco. Township manager reached out individually to the board members looking for their feedback and then basically received approval from a majority of the board members. And then this is just a ratification of that to take formal action. So,
Okay.
and yeah, I think Ray, you can maybe just color in the context there. There actually wasn't any additional work until I think yesterday. I understand they're trying to limit that to say 4 a.m. with their pours, but yeah, do you want to, I know you had a discussion this afternoon.
Yeah, so they reached out, I know there's Costco reps here. They had some unfortunate, I just call it a bad pour. I think it's pretty significant. It was over $1.5 million worth of raw material, or excuse me, material that they had to remove. They asked if they could work from 10P to 6A. The board approved that. But I think one of the things that I want to appreciate, I was at the site today that I talked to the lead foreman. In the last 7 days, they did not work 10P to 6A. It was only this morning that they did a 4 a.m. pour. And they also don't jackhammer the floor. The majority of that work is they saw cut large parts of that out. They remove that. And so they're now repouring that floor correctly. So
My concern was setting a precedent for approving something retroactively, but that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Other public comment? Sir, please.
Sure.
thanks, Ray.
My name is Ray Zomak. I'm a resident of Silver Spring Township, live on 88 Millers Gap Road. I've been attempting to obtain a stormwater management permit from the township for it's over a year now, and things are not going well. And I want to provide you a concrete example of poor customer service. And this was just this week. This was this week. So Monday morning, I emailed the township. Recently, I've changed my strategy for the stormwater management plan from a very simple, very cost-effective vegetative filter strip to an infiltration trench. Trench is, you get a backhoe in, you open it up, you put stone, you put pipe, you put stone, you cover it up. But it tears up your yard. Vegetative filter strip is essentially your backyard. In lots of areas in Silver Spring Township, Ridge Valley Road, up around the elementary school, the CV Elementary School along Wurtsville Road, there's a lot of properties in the township with big areas. They would benefit greatly if the township was more willing to cooperate and allow a vegetative filter strip go in without causing a lot of problems. But so I recently changed the infiltration trench because it looks like I was getting nowhere with a vegetative filter strip. So again, we're talking about the trench. And I sent an email in, and this is the first thing you see on sheet A. It's to Jennifer, the Silver Spring Township stormwater person. I'd like to do a file review because I'd like to take a look at some applications that were successful and were approved by Silver Spring Township. And so what I got back was the second thing below the stars there. Please align, this is a one-sentence response. Please align all right to know requests with the statute, comma, as this would require providing documents for your review. So first of all, I don't even know if that's a sentence. Secondly, I don't know what they mean by align or what is meant by align. And who are they talking about require? What I expected to get from Jennifer was, thank you for your letter requesting information on right to know. I will look into the database of Silver Spring Township stormwater permits and find 2 or 3 good examples of what you are looking at. Once I give these to you, if you could fill out the form that's attached, because we have a formal right to know system, okay? But instead I get a sentence that means nothing, that says nothing, okay? Now on I think it's page C, I kind of asked the same thing to Hampton a few weeks before, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But in B, so I said, okay, that evening I'm gonna try Willetta, because she's listed as the right to know person. So I wrote her, explained a little more. I said, Jennifer can help you find these files. But what I get is a phone call from Ray Palmer at 8:03 in the morning. And he says, you know, you got to complete the right to know file or form to get a RTK search. I said, fine. But I said, I didn't see any reference to the form in the email I got back. It's one sentence that makes no sense. And well, it was on the hot link. Well, the hot link is written in black, in dark blue is the link, and I didn't see it. So, you know, that would be a good change for your website. But anyway, you know, Ray goes on to, but 5 minutes later, he gives me another call. So this is 8:09 in the morning. He said, you know, you got to keep in mind that conditions at your property are different than conditions other people may have experienced. I said, yeah, I'm familiar with that. You know, that gave me the impression somebody's trying to like say, what the heck's he asking for this for? You know, because he was sitting there with the team. So I don't know who the team was. But then he goes on and says, you know, you're going to need to provide detailed information on what you're asking for. You're going to need to identify locations that have infiltration trenches. I said, Ray, that doesn't make sense. You're putting me in a loop. I said, if I was looking for swimming pool, files on swimming pools, I could go around and look for newly constructed swimming pools. But infiltration trenches are in the ground. They're covered up. There's lawns on them. I wouldn't know that. And that was it. Ray said he'd get back to me. Haven't heard since. Okay, my 5 minutes is up. I'd just like to finally take a few seconds to say, when I talked to Hampton Township about a vegetative filter strip, the response was a nicely written email saying he'll go through the database and find information for me. Why isn't this happening in Silver Spring Township? Why am I being delayed for something as simple as trying to come in here and look at a few files? You know, one of many delays I've experienced, and it just blew the cork on me. So, okay, thank you very much.
Great. I
Oh,
appreciate your,
one more thing. If I could ask that someone on the Board of Supervisors agree to get me this information this week, so I'm dead in the water right now on my application. Could I ask that I oh, I don't,
And then you just.
yeah.
Me, I'm Willetta.
Oh, you're
I will
Willetta.
go
Glad to meet
in
you.
and I will fill out. Do
Okay.
you want an
I would like to come in and look at them, maybe make some copies. Oh, okay. Well, if I need to pay to print them up, that'd be fine.
that's a page?
Okay. I mean,
If
I didn't see the email.
I mean,
Yeah.
just assuming
I mean,
that-
that would have been good to get back to me a little sooner, but, okay, okay.
But most people do. request that. If you-
Yeah, well, I'll talk to you.
Willetta, can he stop in and see you in the morning?
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. That addresses this, but, okay,
Or give her a call whenever it's,
okay.
Good for you.
Now, my wife would like to make comments too.
okay.
thanks, Ray. We do have a lot of people online. Maybe we can get you a mic, if that's possible. I think we have a remote. Yeah, understood. Yeah. Oh, Ray. There you go.
Speak into this one. Okay, hi, my name is Chris Zemach. I'm his wife, and we actually are trying to build a garage because we have a disabled daughter in our household, and she needs like a van type thing for her wheelchair. And I'm really disappointed in the township because it's been over a year and we can't even get our stormwater permit for the garage. Our hands are tied, we're not getting the help. And it's just been one problem after another. We don't see cooperation at all. I mean, it's just snowballing out of control. And we have 3.5 acres of ground. And basically that stormwater is going to be more or less taken up by our ground because we have all that acreage. And I don't see what the big fuss is over this. It's just a residential garage. I could see if we were building Costco, but it's a residential garage. And we'd like to, come to some kind of conclusion with the township to try to get approval, if we can do that in a timely manner. I mean, we already have 3,000 into it already, and we're not getting anywhere,
Understood. We hear you loud and clear. Let's, we'll follow up.
Okay.
We'll get back to you on,
We could even have a meeting with one of you supervisors, because I'd like to talk a little bit more
yeah,
to you about this problem. Yeah.
okay.
Our phone numbers are listed on the website, so don't hesitate to pick up the phone and call.
Okay. Yeah.
A lot of the stormwater requirements we've ended up being encumbered with have come from the state and federal government. I'm not making excuses, but
Okay.
20 years ago, you wouldn't have had to do any of this. You could have built your garage.
Yeah.
And it would have been, especially with 300 or 3.5 acres. I agree with you 100%. I think it's ridiculous,
I
but
think it is.
we inherited this problem from Big Brother. It came down to us. If we don't
Okay.
comply, then they push down on us. So everybody has been dealing with this, and I'll be honest with people, it's only gonna probably get worse with what
Really?
we require, yeah.
It's a nightmare.
It's not just us.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah,
So if you try to build anything,
yeah.
it really is. Yeah.
Thank you for all your patience. My daughter is the last one that would like to speak. Okay, but she's nonverbal, she's special needs, and because of that, I'm gonna do the speaking for her. Okay, so if you can give me, reset the clock for 5 minutes or 7 minutes or whatever it is. So what I did, I gave you another handout. This is an aerial view of our property. This is what I'm talking about. And the
Ray,
property.
just real quick, I'm struggling with how do I balance this? We have people online that are going to provide comment. No. My point is just, where do I draw the line? They may say my cousin, they have
Okay.
6 family members there. I'm trying to just keep a standard. So, okay.
I appreciate this. But, like a lot of areas I mentioned, we have a large lot. Our runoff from our house goes into the back of the yard. It's all sloped inside, stays on our property and infiltration. DEP calls it an vegetative filter strip. When you have a big, and it's only for people that have big yards. And we have that, and a lot of people in Silver Spring. So it would be good for the township reviewers to say, hey, this could benefit a lot of people if we streamline the review process for vegetative filter strips. But instead, the opposite has happened. So I applied for it May 16th, I don't know, something like that. Got my first response on, and that's E. That's listed as E on your handout. About a month later, June 17th. And to me, that didn't make sense when I was reading. I'm an engineer. I did a lot with stormwater, and I'm looking at that and I'm saying, I don't understand that. So I said to Jennifer, could you answer some questions? She said, no, it got to come from the municipal engineer over there. I said, okay, let's have a meeting with the municipal engineer. She says, okay, I'll set it up. But you're going to have to pay for him to be there. And I said, I didn't know that. That sounds really, really strange. The person that does the reviewing and keeps asking you for more is getting paid to do that. There's no rules. There's nothing. So I submitted $2,000 into an escrow account. That's going to be further line the pockets of HRG. But there's no rules to that escrow account. There's nothing that says what's going to be done with the interest. There's nothing that says how I'm going to get that money back. There's nothing that says when it's going to be reported to me. So I get a letter I don't understand, and I got to pay HRG $170 an hour to respond, to sit there. Well, even to travel from the East Shore, as I understand. Is that right?
I live 10 minutes away.
Okay. So anyway, I wasn't happy about it. That's the first time I heard about the 2,000. It's not in your website. I know it's in the penalty or the fee, the area where the fees are, but I don't know anything more about that. But anyway, let's see if I could get to F. So we had a meeting about this, and, Ray said he'd pay for the engineer's time, and I says, fine. And, I was told, look, we've done this before in the township, these vegetative filter strips. And the way we do it, we require a full plan. By a full plan, I'm thinking, this is what Costco put in. This is what Costco hires its engineers to do. And here I am, instead of, I'm doing a minor permit. There's an exemption in the township ordinance for infiltration trenches and for infiltration basins. I said, why don't you, make a policy decision and include vegetative filter strips? It'll benefit me. It'll benefit a whole lot of other people in the township. The answer was no, we're not going to do it. So, I was actually mowing along later, and I said, why don't I ask for a file review of those ones in Silver Spring Township? Because if I'm going to do a full plan, I better see something that has been handed in. Well, then it turns out things changed. Oh, we never issued them in Silver Spring Township. That was from another township. And I said, no, wait a second. We weren't talking about other townships in that meeting. So my point is this. I've lost confidence in these guys. I end up with false information. And now I'm being stalled on this right to know stuff. It's easy as can be. Okay, and if I could ask you to look, and I'd be willing to meet with you and your engineering staff to look into vegetative filter strips. All it is an area to area. If your rooftop's 1,800 square feet, you set aside 1,800 square feet in your yard that you won't build on. And that's where the stormwater will infiltrate. And it's just a ratio. And if you set aside that much, you're doing 6 times what DEP is asking for. So, okay. Hey, thank you very much. Please get back to me. Please have your staff get back to me if you would like to sit down and talk about vegetative filter strips more. It's low impact. It's free. It doesn't involve consultants. It doesn't involve excavators. And here in Silver Spring Township, you'll get a lot of use out of it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. Did staff want to comment, or we'll follow up and take
Yeah,
up?
so just to clarify, he said Ray, our names are going to get intermingled, Ray. This Ray, we as a staff met with Ray, just to Jennifer, myself, JJ, and Solicitor Schultz. We had a very good dialogue that day. I think it was a good hour and a half or hour and 20 minutes. But we did that on our behalf. So we did take that time.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll obviously follow up with what the inquiry is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Next public comment. Okay, seeing none in person, we'll go online. Scott? Hassan? Did I say that correctly?
Yes, hi. My name is Hassan. We live in the Glendale community. And I think a lot of other members of our community are also on the Zoom meeting right now. So we had brought a safety concern a few times with the township, as well as we took it to PennDOT, that when we are making a left turn from the Glendale Drive on the Wurtsville Road, we cannot have a good visualization on the traffic coming from the right side because the traffic is coming uphill. And we recently had an accident, I think like 3 weeks ago or so. And we were hoping the township will consider putting a traffic light there because pretty much every single member of our community is, not pretty afraid of making a left because sometimes the traffic is coming so fast that there have been multiple instances of near, being rear-ended by the traffic coming.
It's Glendale Drive.
It's on the
right?
corner, it's on the main thoroughfare, Wurtsville and Glendale.
Okay. And
Supervisors, this was, I provided a memo
Yeah.
via our communications with some of the residents up there to give you guys some context of our conversations with them.
got it. Thanks. So Hassan, we were just having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but I think we got the gist of the request. And Tyler, like he said, I don't know if you heard that, he did write a memo to give us some additional context. I don't know if the board wants to comment on that at this point.
Well, I will say, as far as a traffic signal, I picked up that much of your conversation. I don't think PennDOT will allow a traffic signal there. I don't think the traffic that comes out that intersects with Wurtsville Road is going to meet the criteria for a traffic signal.
Well, the memo was a stop sign.
That's what I thought
but
it was a stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the majority of the conversations were about a stop sign. This is the first that I've heard that it was a request for a signal, but yeah, stop sign, intersection improvements in regards of a stop sign is what was in the conversations that I had with residents there.
Okay. I'm not saying that it's a huge help, but PennDOT has done some lowering of speeds and some painting on the streets at some of the other blind hills. I don't remember this being quite as bad as like Deer Lane or any of those, but I mean, something like that could be an option. Again, I know that relies on people to follow that, right? So.
Yeah, so PennDOT did just recently do an enhancements along the Wurtsville Road, which included pavement markings and some additional signage at the intersections that the historical data around those intersections warranted those types of improvements. And right now, that intersection does not have enough data to reflect a warrant for us to approach PennDOT to have any additional improvements done there at this time. And to clarify, the accident that was there the other week was a DUI accident. And the recent crash data, there has been 3 in the last 5 years. None of it involved a vehicle coming off of Glendale. It was all side swipes and 1 rear end collision, all with traffic on Wurtsville, nothing coming off of Glendale.
Can we at least put a stop sign in that area, just at that intersection from all sides?
Yeah, the PennDOT's not going to grant a stop sign there. The secondary road at that intersection does not generate enough traffic, I think, for them to warrant a multiple stop sign intersection there. It's probably they're gonna come back and say what's currently there is sufficient. I do know at peak times of the day, it's probably a challenge for the people that live on those side roads to utilize a left turn to go their appropriate way, either east or west, due to the traffic flow coming from Perry County and from the western part of the county. But peak hours will not grant, PennDOT will not grant that based upon peak hours.
I did reach out to the PennDOT as well, and they said that it's up to the township. If township feels like it needs it, we can, you can certainly proceed with that. And I think I had forwarded the email to township as well from PennDOT.
So if I could provide in our conversation, so this is how it works, right? So the Wurtsville Road is a PennDOT road. Glendale is a township road.
Mhm.
The township road connects to the state road. That's how PennDOT views it. So it is the township's responsibility to bring forward possible improvements at intersections that intersect with their road. However, to get to that point with PennDOT, we as staff, we work with our engineers and we look at the data because we've had those interactions with PennDOT in the past and we know what they're looking for to warrant any type of improvement. And right now, there's not enough data at that intersection for us to engage with PennDOT to go through a traffic study and engineering warrant analysis. If we do that, PennDOT's not going to grant us anything based on the data that we have available at this time. So it really is, from the staff's view and talking to the residents that I've had in that area over the last couple of weeks, there's not enough data for us as staff to come to the board and say we should do an analysis and then approach PennDOT, because it's ultimately going to fail once it gets to PennDOT. So in our conversations with the residents, I said, because they asked what other options do we have, and I expressed to them, you can come to a board meeting and speak to our board directly for they can hear your concern, but ultimately there's still not enough data there to warrant a conversation with PennDOT.
Okay, thanks, Tyler.
Yep.
Thanks, Hassan. We got your comments. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Can I also add, I know that, wasn't there a study done on the Wardsville corridor not all that long ago by PennDOT?
Yeah, and that was the markings that they
Yeah.
did. That was the result of that.
And we can forward to PennDOT the concerns that people have on those streets that they need to utilize Wardsville to ingress and egress to wherever they're headed. But ultimately, it'll have to take time through lobbying to get improvements out there.
Scott, anybody else online? Thanks, Dave. Mansour, is Mr. Mansour or Mrs. Mansour?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I was saying that that intersection is basically essentially shared with Rich Valley, and you know, in the mornings and in the afternoons, you have people crossing back and forth to drop kids off at the high school and junior high. And I don't know if Rich Valley is a PennDOT road or a Silver Spring road, but so it wouldn't just be Glendale that's being affected here. It's the Rich Valley communities as well that are coming in and out. And certainly from Rich Valley, taking a right turn, you cannot see the cars coming to the left, and they certainly are not slowing down despite the markings. So I mean, they're coming at a good 50 miles per hour. So you're basically just gunning it out of Rich Valley to get onto Wardsville and just hoping for the best. And some of those are teenage drivers coming up back and forth from the high school. So it's just a worthwhile. And I remember a few years ago there was a fatality just east of Rich Valley. You know, in that same area where they're supposed to slow down, they're just absolutely not.
So just for the record, Rich Valley and Wardsville are both state roads. So that would be 100% PennDOT. I mean, we could have conversations with them, but just want to let you guys know
Okay.
that Rich Valley is a state road.
I knew that intersection they have identified.
That is
future
on their like
improvement.
10-year capital project list as an area of need.
Yeah, so that's basically the same intersection. I mean, they're separated just by maybe 10 or 20 feet, if you know, east to
Nah,
west.
they're definitely a little bit farther than that. It's about a quarter mile between Glendale and Rich Valley intersection.
Really, that much? But even so, if they're slowing traffic down at Rich Valley, then we're positively affected as well. And so, you know, if that's where they want to tackle, I think that would be maybe a compromise approach that would benefit both sides.
We did meet with HATS and talked about Wardsville and intersections such as Rich Valley and others.
Yeah, ultimately, with that being a state road and state road, we do not have a lot of,
Can't do anything.
But
we have even less
we would own
control.
it, though.
So,
Okay, next comment. Sarah?
Hi, thank you for the time to speak. Sarah Zam. It's the same concern that they have mentioned, and I spoke to PennDOT about it. Just wanted to let you know that PennDOT did say that it's up to the township to ask them, and they would allow for any changes that needs to be made. I think it will. We will be really grateful if there can be some kind of conversation between the township and the PennDOT in regards to that. When we say we don't have enough data, we are basically looking for more accidents to happen, which we don't want. We would really want this to be taken care of before something happens, and there's school buses coming from there, there's kids driving. So just wanted to add this comment that we would really appreciate if we can do something before a major accident or a major event happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Scott, next. Okay, final call. Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda. Any comments or questions on consent?
Yeah, I have a couple here. Tyler, the invoice, there was a $400 charge from Drain Wizard for up at Stony Ridge. Did you contact your authority to see if they could do for you there?
This was the grease trap inside the concession stand, but no, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it was a grease trap,
Yeah.
I thought, because they have the small unit.
Yeah, I
They
got you.
can
No, I
do-
did not think of that, but that's something to definitely have in mind. But yeah, it was the grease trap in Stony Ridge concession stand.
Okay. The other question I had on 8/13/25, there was a Roth tractor invoice for that roller. It was almost 5,200.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
value of that roller is probably only about $5,000.
Yeah, you and I have talked about that.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah, I
yep.
just, maybe for the budget meeting, we ought to look, because they can use a second one on the highway, especially if they're doing shoulder milling and they're rolling and then they're coming in behind with stone. Like, maybe we ought to look at the cost of one and trade that in.
Okay. Yeah, we can evaluate that as we go into the budget season.
Yeah. Yep, that was just a suggestion. That's pushing
Yeah.
25 years old.
Yep.
Okay, and then I'd like to see 6A pulled out and just to discuss
Okay,
and go over, because I missed that last meeting, so.
we'll pull 6A. Any other comments?
Yeah, Supervisor Mockamer, under 4G, don't see a problem bringing it to the consent agenda. I want you to be aware that they're going to try to come in here and have us take those roads, and then we're going to miss the deadline. I think their intent is to come back in September and have everything done for us. So it's just more of an FYI, and I think it's a bigger conversation we want to have as we get to the end of the year for liquid fuels credits. The requirement for PennDOT is 9/1, even though that's been conveyed to us. So I just want you to be aware that you may either September or even beyond that, they may come and ask you to take that road and dedicate it. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
Yep.
Carl.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question on, it was raised tonight about the Costco's extended construction hours. I had received information that Costco's was supposed to be working from 6 PM to 6 AM. And I was wondering, and I know, Ray answered this and, are we giving them a short pass on that?
A what?
Short pass on the work hours, extended work hours?
Yeah, 8:15 to 9:20.
Do we know how long that's gonna last?
Yeah, 8:15 to 9:20.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and they were also concerned that this set a precedence, and that's the only thing I had.
Yeah, and I wanted stated, I didn't have any knowledge of that we granted them prior
Yeah.
because of my situation, so.
I
Yeah,
did.
and I'm not faulting you, I'm just wanting people
Okay.
to know, it would be the majority of the board because of my health situation, so.
Any other comments?
And the reason why I didn't respond was because I've gotten comments about the extended work hours.
I'll look for a motion on consent, less 6A.
Motion to,
Motion from Nancy, is there a second?
Second.
Dave second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Dave, questions, comments?
Yeah, when you guys approved at the last meeting, the work originally that failed them to do the nighttime, when was the terminal date of that approval?
Can you just rephrase I just want to understand your question, Dave.
Yeah, cause I wasn't there last meeting.
It-
When they.
Wait, this just,
It
yeah,
wasn't.
it wasn't on the agenda last time. It just came up within a few days before the start date.
Yeah, but when they did the original nighttime pour that failed,
They didn't do it at night.
They didn't do it.
okay. So then this would be the first time that they have.
That's correct.
Nighttime.
Yeah, so 8/20, with it starting on 8/20, so we're 7 days into it. They did not do anything in the first 6 days. This morning, around 4-ish, they had their first pour.
And I don't have an issue with nighttime pouring because in the heat, you don't want to have your concrete set and
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, but yeah, I thought that they had done it originally at nighttime. That was the confusion I had,
Okay,
that it would have predated this. I thought we had already given them permission originally. That was where my question.
yeah, they had asked originally, and we had, at that time, didn't see that there was such a need at that point.
Okay. They're not gonna need any date past 9/15, is it?
That's correct.
Okay.
They don't jackhammer, they actually saw cut out chunks at a time and then remove it. And then again, they have to, rebar, re-inspect, or check the pour, go through the inspection.
Okay. All right,
All right, I'll look for a motion then on 6A.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Dave moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Nancy second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Next is public hearing. This is ordinance number 5 of 2025, a text amendment for 180 Cost Road. I'll turn the meeting over to the solicitor to open the public hearing.
This item is on an application for a text amendment. I believe there's representatives from the applicant here over on the other side of the room. So I'm going to hand the hearing over to you if you want to step up to the podium. And this is a hearing for public comment, but we'll get an overview from the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Corey Dillinger. Here tonight. Also with me is Lawrence Shing, who is an associate project developer with Dimension Energy. I'm going to give a brief overview, kind of how we got here. I'm going to briefly walk through the text amendment that's in front of the board, and then me and Lawrence are here to answer any questions that the board may have. Just some housekeeping items. The applicant is Silver Spring Cost CSG1 LLC. That's a wholly owned project subsidiary of Dimension Energy. The applicant is interested in a structure-mounted solar farm. For people in the audience, when I say structure-mounted, I think of a solar farm that is only on a roof. The applicant's specifically interested in a structure-mounted solar farm on the existing warehouse located at 180 Cost Road. As the board knows, that property is located in the township's light industrial zoning district. The zoning ordinance in its current state only provides for solar farms generally in the township's general industrial zoning district. The applicant is looking to amend the township zoning ordinance to provide for structure-mounted solar farms, just structure-mounted, the rooftop systems, as a conditional use in the township's light industrial zoning district. The applicant has been in front of the Planning Commission for 2 meetings. At the second meeting, we did receive a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission. They did recommend that the board moves forward with this text amendment. And I don't want to speak for Mr. Maldonado, but I do believe we have township staff support, or at least that the township staff doesn't have any specific concerns with this request. Again, I know people, especially in South Central PA, have concerns of solar farms that are proposed on agricultural land. This is specifically not impacting that land. We're only talking about rooftops in the light industrial zoning district. At the Planning Commission, I did walk through section by section of the amendment. I know the board has a lot of material in front of them tonight, so I'm not planning on doing that. When we drafted the text amendment, we tried to keep it as similar as possible to the existing solar farm regulations, but then to tailor it, for things that are more unique to a rooftop system. In general, it's the applicant's position that when the township provided for solar farms in the general industrial district, it signified the intent of the township to place solar farms in the more industrial districts, and that's what we're doing here. The county has provided comments on our proposed text amendment. The county did note that providing for this use will protect sensitive areas that are in agricultural and conservation areas and will protect view sheds. The county also notes that this proposed text amendment will offset carbon emissions from the industrial uses that they sit upon. The county had a few other comments that I think were relatively administrative. I don't think it affects the substance of the text amendment, but I'm more than happy to go through them. With that being said, if the township wants me to go through the amendment a little bit more, I'm more than happy to. I think at this point I'd open it back to the board for specific comments. And again, if you want me to go through the sections, I can. It's a relatively short amendment, but I can definitely go through those provisions if needed.
Okay, let's hold on that. I'll look for comments and questions from the board.
What were the county comments?
So the county had, I believe, 3 or 4 comments. I do have the comments in front of me. The county did question whether or not the board wanted to create a more specific definition for glare. I will note that we copied the same provision that is already in the zoning ordinance for solar farms generally. Our language does read, and I'm putting it in quotes here, glare that would constitute a nuisance to neighboring properties or travelers. Obviously, that language is up to interpretation, but something like glare is up to interpretation. Just for the board's knowledge, glare is broken down into green, yellow, and red glare. And typically when a report is provided, it is provided for every second of every minute of the year. So it would be difficult to say, no red glare allowed, no yellow glare allowed, if that were to be 1 second of the entire year at an observation point that's maybe in a vacant farm field. So I know no one likes ambiguous language, but for something like this, 1, we copied the township's existing language on it, and 2, I think that language, can be used, and I think, can protect the township. Clearly, if, this is a conditional use and moves forward, the board has not just one crack at the conditional use phase, but then a subsequent crack at the land development stage, if that stage is needed for this type of development. If the board thinks that the applicant comes through with a solar farm that is producing glare that's a nuisance, if that's the township's position on it, the applicant needs to do something, some sort of mitigation. And I will say, remember, we're not just talking about solar farms generally, we're talking about rooftop systems. And for these rooftop systems, with just how they sit, glare is typically not an issue for those systems. That was the first comment. Does that answer that question?
I know last time you were here, you talked about structural integrity for roofs.
Yes.
Okay, and going through this, I looked at the overloading risk to these roofs. Maybe you want to talk about that. Waterproofing concerns. Wind uplift for solar panels and whatever.
Yeah, no, so that is a specific concern that you will see for structure-mounted solar farms as opposed to the ones on the ground. Now, some of those might also be applicable.
Right, because they're up and the wind blows and there they go.
Correct. But But specifically for subsection 13, we did provide, and I'll read the exact language here, a structural assessment by a licensed design professional must be submitted confirming the existing structure's ability to support the structure-mounted solar farm. Language is a little bit general, but that requires an applicant to provide a structural feasibility report. And if the township would have any issues with that report, I believe it would be on the applicant to address those issues.
And a couple other things, during the planning commission, they talked about, fire safety hazards and emergency response. And I'm looking at possibly electrical faults, combustible materials, firefighters access, and shutdown procedures. I know they were talking about, because the panels were so close together and stuff, that if there was a fire, how would they get it through the roof to get into the main structure?
Yeah, so there's a couple points there, and that certainly was brought up at the planning commission level. Typically, when these are proposed on large warehouses, and specifically my applicant's proposed project is on a large warehouse, due to the net metering regulations in Pennsylvania, a developer can only put so many panels on a rooftop. You know, they hit capacity. So one, I want to say that's a limiting factor. You won't have the entire warehouse covered with panels. I will harken back to subsection 13 there. I think a lot of that can be included in a structural assessment. As far as emergency safety, certainly a concern. Our thought is that because this is a conditional use and it's proposed as a conditional use, this isn't just a permitted use where the applicant submits a land development plan and then you're kind of off to the races, checking off engineer comments. At the conditional use stage, it is an expected condition. And if this text amendment would go through, the applicant would propose conditions that we already expect. One of those would be an emergency response plan signed off by the township and then reviewed with your local EMS personnel. If the township wants to see specific language about emergency services, maybe a little bit more concrete in this text amendment, the applicant's totally amenable to that. We are sensitive to the timeline of this text amendment. It would be my position if that language, well, one, I guess I'll turn it back to you, sir. Is the conditional use process and the reasonable conditions that this board can put on the applicant, is that enough to meet those emergency services concerns?
I know we're always talking about safety, and I'm thinking electrical safety and shock risk. Is there a direct and indirect contact that could cause damage or to the insulation or to another person? Arc flash, inverter hazards. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think so. The first step of that, I think, is the structural assessment that is already in the ordinance. A couple of the other things, the project's a conditional use, it would then be a land development plan item. And then eventually, the applicant needs to pull a building permit for this, including an electrical permit. So it would be our position that is when those items would be reviewed. It's very common at the conditional use stage for an applicant for a project like this to submit typical equipment specs. That would typically be the panels they're looking at, the string inverters they're looking at, and also maybe the racking system that it sits upon. So I do think the building permit and electrical permit, there's going to be a UCC inspection on that. I think that does will satisfy those safety concerns if they do exist. I will say in my personal experience working on solar development, whether it be roof mounted or ground mounted, arc flash and those electrical issues are not a specific issue. I know there will be images and videos shared online of very large, what we call central inverters on fire. Just by the nature of those inverters converting so much more electricity, that is a genuine risk. I will note for systems of this size, we don't use any of that equipment. We use much smaller string inverters.
Talking about, again, safety, rooftop access, and trip and falls. Could be a trip hazard. Someone's up there on the roof, maybe working on air conditioning or something like that, and the panels are there. How would you prevent people from falling if they're working maybe like on an air conditioned system? And the other thing is, the panels will probably get slippery also. If somebody decides to step on a panel, they might fall and hurt themselves.
Yeah, I won't sit here and say that there's no liability risk at all. For a project like this, the developer would have a lease agreement with the underlying building owner, where obviously some of that limitation and liability is placed back on the developer. I don't know if something like that can be memorialized in an ordinance. I think it could be a specific condition placed upon a project, and it would kind of be a case by case basis. But I think that's ultimately, we're talking about the relationship between the developer and the building owner. But I don't want to sit here and say there's no liability. I do think the panels aren't huge, but they're big enough that you will see them, you'll be interacting with them. And I don't know if Lawrence, if you want to provide, I don't know if we want to get him sworn in, township solicitor before he provides any testimony.
It's not that kind of hearing. So this is just for public comment. So you're just providing an overview.
Okay.
Yep.
You can go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah. And I just, like, people should not be stepping on the panels.
It could happen.
But
It could
generally, so our agreement with the large industrial warehouse and their tenants is if they have HVAC on the roof or they're planning to put HVAC somewhere, we'll have a reserve area. So we're kind of be avoiding where they're expecting future rooftop installation. And
Okay, let's go to weather and environmental factors. Okay. What about lightning strikes? Have you ever had a situation where lightning would strike panels or the
I
system?
don't think we've seen it in our rooftop.
It could happen, right?
I can't say it won't happen.
What
I mean,
about
it's on
high
top of-
winds and storms?
Yeah, so that's part of the structural feasibility. They take into account wind uplift. So these panels are mechanically attached to the rooftops, as well as there will be ballast blocks that'll weigh them down. So
What about snow and ice loads?
those are also considered in the
Okay.
structural feasibility.
And thermal expansion.
Can you elaborate on that?
The thermal expansion is daily and seasonal temperature changes that can cause the material fatigue or cracking if expansion and construction are not considered in the design.
Sure. Yeah. For our operations and maintenance plan, I think that Corey was kind of touching on with the EMF safety concerns. We generally will go out onto site pretty often to make sure our equipment's functioning properly.
And one last question. Are these panels produced in the United States?
Our intention would be to source from JA Solar. They have a manufacturing plant in Arizona.
Arizona? Okay.
Yeah.
I think Nancy had you have a few more comments?
Did
Harry, were you finished?
I'm
Okay,
done.
thanks.
Did you finish the county comments?
I did not. So if I could just address a couple of those, and then I'll make sure I'll go through the rest of the county comments. I will say all valid concerns. I think a lot of them are speaking to the relationship between the underlying building owner and the developer. I mean, if the developer proposes a project and it gets struck by lightning, that's a financial decision and liability that the developer has. I don't think the township has any responsibility there. And again, I'm only talking about structure mounted solar farms. And I have used as much as I can and as much as it's applicable, the township's existing regulations for solar farms generally, including ground mounted systems. So for some of these specific issues, I don't think it makes sense to hold the rooftop system more strictly than you would a ground mounted system. Just my personal opinion there. As far as the county comments, there were 4. I do have the exact copy in front of me now. The first one was that glare that I talked about. The second one was actually just my mistake. It was I had an incorrect section reference, and your township solicitor fixed that. The third, I have language in the ordinance at subsection, let me just find it here, subsection 5. If the structure mounted solar farm proposes any equipment at ground level, Think of things as the inverters, really just an inverters with a concrete pad. Such equipment shall be adequately screened as determined by the Board of Supervisors. In my head, if this moves forward, we'll be back in front of the board with a conditional use. The county's comment on that was just the township should consider allowing the zoning officer to approve the screening. This may create a more efficient approval process. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I think in having a conversation with the board, it's my opinion that the board has the final say on that, whether or not they would like to listen to the zoning officer. I have no problem with that input, but I didn't think that was too much of a substantive concern. And then the final comment, again, this is language that I pulled from the existing solar farm regulations. It is subsection, just find it here. One second. Subsection 6, all material and waste storage shall be indoors. Again, we don't like what we want on the roof
No,
is,
I wanted an idea because I hadn't seen the county comments.
Okay.
I would.
and the county comment was just that they weren't sure if that meant the actual panels themselves. I just want to make sure, I think the township cares that the developer is not just leaving miscellaneous materials out there. The only thing that's going to be on the roof is the panels, the racking system, and then the electrical lines.
And then I just have a couple other questions. This energy that's being generated by these panels, is that just for the building or is it being sold back to the grid?
I can let Lawrence explain for the specific one, but any excess energy would be going back to the grid, is my understanding. Yeah.
Say that again?
It would be being sold back to PPL.
Okay.
So we have a lease agreement with the landowner, so they're getting the revenue from the lease agreement.
And then there was a thing in here about it show about it producing noise. What kind of noise do solar panels produce?
So specifically with the noise, and again, with systems of this size, noise isn't as much of an issue. If you're talking about some of the larger solar farms you'll see across the country, I'm talking hundreds of acres. With that amount of panels, you need to convert so much more electricity, and with that comes much larger inverters. These systems, smaller, less electricity. You're not hearing any noise, any substantive noise or discernible noise from the panels and the racking system. But when that electricity is converted by the inverters, that's what you will hear noise from.
What kind of noise will I hear?
Well, it would be
Like a buzzing sound, or is it what?
it would be,
It's like a typical humming sound
yes.
that you would hear in an industrial area.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is going to be right
Well, a
next to a
typical
warehouse.
humming sound could be not annoying, or it could be extremely annoying.
And I certainly agree. And that's why there are specific decibel requirements in here. To Lawrence's point, we are proposing in a light industrial zone. And two, subsection 7, no structure mounted solar farm shall produce noise that exceeds 40 decibels at exterior walls of any residence, 50 decibels at the property line of any residential district or use, and or 60 decibels at the property line. We think that's,
So it's certain times of the day that it's noisier.
they're only noisy when they're converting electricity, so there will be no noise at night. There's no storage here, so nothing's being done at night.
Okay, thank you.
I do,
Dave or Harry?
I do have another question. Hold on. Dave.
You're gonna have, you owe Dave.
Yeah, I owe Dave, since he talks a lot anyhow. Decommissioning and end of life hazards. You want to talk a little bit about that? I know that some of the panels contain trace amounts of toxic substances like lead or cadmium, which require careful handling and disposal. And I think you said 10 years or
Our panels
20.
typically last 30 plus years.
30
The-
plus
the
years.
project lifespan is expected to be 20 plus.
Okay,
The panels that we use don't have cadmium in them. That's
what are they having?
It's just it's mostly glass and aluminum, and then there's some trace electrical wiring, obviously. That's
In this-
maybe
the
trace
solar
amount of-
industry, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, you were seeing much more significant levels of lead and cadmium in the panels. Now with the silicone-based panels, there may be slight traces that I'm saying like less than 1% of 1% of 1%. It is not a significant amount. As far as decommissioning, I will say that the domestic decommissioning is definitely early in its stages. There are places in Europe that commonly decommission and salvage these panels, and that industry is starting to begin in the United States. As far as decommissioning, subsection 12, the developer must remove these, and it's the burden on the developer to remove them and restore the roof to what it was before they were there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Dave?
Hey, Dave.
Yeah. He actually asked one of my questions pertaining to the load bearing. I wanted to make sure that it would be certified through a professional, either engineer or somebody structurally proficient. My other question is, in what you had provided, there was a comment in there where my understanding was the majority of what they produce is to be used within the complex or the building itself. This is me personally. I don't have a problem if somebody's producing excess or producing and sending it to the grid. At the end, this is, the purpose of the solar is to try, to eliminate our reliance on fossil fuels and other sources. Was that in yours, or did I read that in the other papers that were provided to us, that the purpose is majority to be used on site, the electric you generate?
I think that might have been in something else. I mean, this is supposed to be for both types of it.
Okay.
And, whether the developer and building owner, how they want to memorialize that agreement is we kind of think it's up to them.
Yeah. I just didn't want to dissuade anybody from, generating electric that they're putting out into the grid for the greater good of everyone. So, okay,
Yeah,
no,
we
that's all. I
totally
had.
agree.
No.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lanker, I can address this. This started with us looking at whether this could be an accessory use. And if it were principally for the use at 180 cost, we would have viewed this as an accessory use. At the time we had that discussion, it was not intended to necessarily be principally as an accessory to 180 cost. So that's why really we needed this revision. Otherwise, if it was solely for 180 cost, we could very easily say it's an accessory use to that structure, and it would go through as any other accessory use.
Okay.
You may have touched on my question. Corey and Lawrence, my question, I was looking at the on-site versus off-site and that triggering the type of use. Was that carried over from, and I realized I didn't have a chance to look at it, but was that the existing ordinance language, or was that what was the reasoning there for that type of language?
That was just additional language that I thought was, it's more common for the rooftop systems to possibly be accessory. You don't see a lot of ground mounted accessory systems, at least with larger properties. So we just wanted to distinguish that and make it, maybe a little bit more clear in the ordinance. That's kind of where that was born out of.
So on-site, where installed to offset on-site consumption, it then triggers an accessory use versus primary for off-site consumption. So it's true then in theory that a structure could be built solely to house the panels potentially. I realize that's not your project, but we always have to think about what this could mean, throughout that zone, right? So
yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but the definition then indicates that it's primarily for off-site consumption. So I just wouldn't want to limit that. I think Dave and Solicitor Schultz were kind of dancing around that similar idea there. So
yeah, I will say specifically, if the township wants to see that slightly tweaked, what I wanted to do, and I believe it's the last phrase in subsection 12, subject to zoning officer determination. I just wanted to provide some flexibility. I mean, and I'm just trying to think of different scenarios here. Like I didn't want someone to just be able to say, oh yeah, this massive system, yes, we're offsetting it, but it's a massive system. I wanted the township to have some flexibility to say, okay, well, we understand that it's offsetting, but this is a pretty significant project, and therefore we're going to require a conditional use for it. So that's, I was just trying to provide for some flexibility there, if that makes sense.
Are you comfortable with that, Sean?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, one other quick question. In the one, so item 9, under section 444, the disruption and loss of radio, television, telephone, or similar signals is not permitted. What happens if there is an instance where someone has that? How do they overcome that?
So 2 things. One, I carried that over as something very common in solar ordinances. 2, I've never in my history of developing these projects, and I don't want to speak for Lawrence, but I think you would agree the same. We've never heard of that. As far as if that were to happen, I do think it would be a zoning ordinance violation. The township would go through enforcement process. I am not a electrical engineer or like an acoustic. I wouldn't know what that would be, but I can only speak to my experience, and we've never experienced that at issue. And I don't think I've even heard that as an issue, even for the much larger solar farms, like the 100 of acres. So I don't want to sit here and tell you that it couldn't be a problem, but we've never experienced that issue. We just wanted to provide the township something in there to say, well, if this happens, developer needs to do something about it.
All right, I seen it in there. I didn't know if that was something commonly that happened or potentially that could. I just wanted to know. That answered my question.
Want to make sure, Laura, if Supervisor Brown has any input?
Thank you, Carl. I saw that Bill Brown is on Zoom. I just wanted to double check with him because there were some questions raised at the Planning Commission meeting about fire safety and just being able to break through the roof if necessary. So I just wanted to know from Bill if he had any concerns or any guidance on that.
I think is Bill online, Scott? Bill, if you're with us, are you willing to weigh in on that?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Yeah, we met about it at our EMC meeting, had a pretty long conversation about it. I mean, honestly, solar panels are very familiar to us. They're on buildings all over the place, residential. It's pretty much second nature to us anymore. The big concern we had was, the one thing we asked was, would the company provide us with some training on it? And is there going to be a local representative in the event of an emergency? So there would be a resource specialist close by. Obviously, we know from reading the information we were given that the entire roof line would not be covered with the panels. So it didn't really cause us that much alarm when it came to a ventilation standpoint, as well as these type of buildings that they're getting put on. Rooftop ventilation may also not be our key access because of the way these buildings are designed anyway. So, I mean, we were in favor of allowing it to go through, didn't really have a whole lot of concerns other than we'd like a little bit more education on it and to make sure that we had somebody that knew the system very well within close proximity.
Yeah, one comment on that. It's very typical for us when we turn a system online that will do that training with the local fire safety personnel.
Okay, got it. All right, thanks, Bill. Laura, anything else?
No, that's good. Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate you weighing in.
Okay, Solicitor Schultz.
Do you have anything further on this? No.
Unless the board has any more questions, I mean, I just wanted to appreciate, the township's time that's been taken into reviewing this. We would like for the board to move forward with the text amendment after the public hearing is closed. We look forward to working with the township. We appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, then we will take any public comment. Is there any public comment here in the room? I see none. Scott, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Boucher.
Yes, my question is for the staff. Why did the staff not include this in I-1 originally? I'm curious what changed for this to be all right now when it wasn't then. If you'd answer that, please.
Anybody willing to take a stab at that?
I don't think structure mounted solar farms were even raised as an issue at
Right.
that point.
I think it
And
was-
Scott's shaking his head in agreement.
Yeah, that's correct.
But,
That's
but why,
correct.
why were they
Clarence,
not? Why
one
were they
sec.
not?
Clarence, I'm going to answer your question right here.
Go ahead.
2023, there was an amendment to the zoning ordinance for the more traditional solar farms that you saw on farms, agriculture that we saw across the area, just like some other topics that are going to be here later in the agenda. You know, new uses come around, uses that aren't in every single ordinance, and we look to put it in there. We had a public hearing, and at that time, the supervisors wanted to make sure that the more traditional solar was in the I2, the heavy industrial. Like Solicitor Schultz said, the structure mounted solar wasn't on our radar at the time. And when it was presented in the I1.
So why do we not limit it then to I2 if that's where we put it before? I mean, does the structure versus ground mounted make that much of a difference?
What's in front of the board is a text amendment from the applicant requesting it to be in the I1.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Clarence. Scott, next on 9.
Ricky McLaren. I guess I have.
Ricky,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can?
Hi, Ricky McLaren, 111 Stephen Drive. I think that I understand, I definitely understand what CJ is saying. You know, like it seems like this one, you know, property owner and this group has a desire for this and they're trying to figure out the way to do it. So they're looking at doing a text amendment for it. So yeah, I think it's a valid point. I just want to lift that up. But the reason why I wanted to take a little bit of time today is to just ask the board if you all are considering approving this as conditional use. I'm not sure if this is possible, but if there's a way to approve it as conditional use with some limitations attached to it, I was wondering if it could say like, yes, it's conditional use in I1 with the exception of any I1 properties that abut residential properties, as well as, you know, you cannot do it if you're in any line of sight with any residential. Because as we all know, we have residential very close, as well as like adjoining I1. If I stand like in my front bedrooms, I'm looking over at an I1 building, full line of sight, you know, that would be a pretty big deal. So I'm wondering if there is a little bit of a safety measure that we could put in place to kind of just like add those two stipulations so that it's not even conditional in that point. It's, you know, it's not allowed. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I'm explaining well.
Yeah, I think we got it, Ricky.
Sean, I have a question. I know the property she's talking about behind her, they're, you know, like duplex business use. Currently, they could put solar on that now if it's for their use at their facility, right?
That's correct.
So this, and really with the size of those buildings, I don't know if there would be enough surface area to generate enough to do a lot of external supply to the grid.
That's
Yeah.
That's likely. Yes.
Okay.
Just to like clarify, like, yes, there is one building right there, but I also have line of sight to several other buildings that go down Texaco, that are much larger. So I just want to clarify that I'm not like only thinking of that. And I know that there's other residences that could be impacted too, just to clarify.
Thanks, Ricky. Stephen Giuliano?
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Stephen Giuliano, 115 Stephen Drive. My concern is regarding the comment earlier as to net metering being the limiting factor for the number of panels on a roof. If the net metering laws, which are out of our township's control, were to go away, would then, in theory, an applicant be able to put on panels covering the entirety of the roof? It seems silly to me to not put a stipulation regarding the percentage of coverage on a roof if that were to cause a concern for firefighting or emergency response, versus allowing that to just rest on an existing law that could very well be changed or repealed or who knows what at any point in time.
Okay, Corey's going to respond to a few of the comments here. We'll take all the comments and then we'll have the applicant respond. Scott, next. Okay, that's your cue, Corey.
So plenty of valid comments there. I'll start with light industrial properties that may be close to residential properties, which there are a handful of. Just a couple notes here. One, those properties are already light industrial. Many of them already have warehouses on them. Two, when we're talking about additional regulations, that is what this amendment does. Noise, glare, screening for ground-mounted equipment. I don't think Lawrence got into it tonight, but at the Planning Commission, there was a question about, well, are these panels really visible? They're typically not. They're, by the ordinance amendment, they're not allowed to overhang. I can't think of the structure on the roof I'm thinking about, but usually they are not visible. You can't see past the edge of the roof. On top of the amendment, because it is a conditional use, if someone came in here, next to a residential structure, and maybe there were issues, I honestly can't really think of them. But for example, if the applicant can't meet those noise regulations, or those residents have specific tangible complaints, that would be grounds for the board to deny that conditional use. So I think there are regulations in place. And I think Supervisor Lanker kind of hit the nail on the head. This whole amendment's really just talking about how the system's being used. I agree that if this text amendment weren't to happen, nothing would be able to stop those industrial users from having an accessory solar farm on their roof. When we're talking about, I completely agree, in the event where net metering changed and that limitation was kind of opened up, a developer maybe would be able to cover more of the roof. But I'll just harken back to the structural feasibility study. If there's any issue or any concern, a licensed professional is not going to say, yep, load up the whole roof, no problems. And then going back to an earlier part of our conversation, I can't speak for all applicants, but for this specific use, we will propose a condition that we submit an emergency response plan that's signed off by the township and their EMS professionals. I might have missed something there, but those were the main points I wanted to make.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Any other public comment?
Okay, then we'll close public comment and the board may consider a motion.
I'll look to the board for a decision.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 05 of 2025, R 2025-1, text amendment, 180 Cost Road, parcel ID 38-08-0571-002.
We have a motion on the table from Nancy. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, if any? Okay, that motion carries. Gentlemen, thank you. Thanks for Dave Lanker, Supervisor Lanker. Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll move on then to unfinished business. We have Mr. Clarence Boucher with us online. We started a conversation last meeting on some proposed additional zoning conditions for warehousing, and we left off with 3 additional that Mr. Boucher would like to discuss. Clarence, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we coordinated earlier, I'll present 3 succinct summaries of the warehouse conditions we didn't get to. And then you can open this up to public comment to include last month's topics of setback distance, noise limitations, and air pollution. The 3.
Clarence, if you could just pause for one moment. Is there any way to increase the volume? Really? Okay.
I can barely hear you,
Yeah,
Clarence.
we're having trouble. I think it's our speakers here, Clarence.
Okay.
Stand by. Okay. Okay. Is that up here, Scott, on this controller, or is it? Okay. Okay. Ray, do we need some more horsepower on that machine maybe for next year?
I'll get you back.
I'd like to suggest, and we're going to talk about it in the budget, I think we've got to do some enhancements here.
Tell them to keep going.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
That's a little
That's
better,
efficient.
Clarence. We're pushing buttons here. Hopefully we don't lose you. Go ahead, Clarence, if you don't mind speaking.
Okay. You want me to start over again?
No, not yet. That was actually
Okay.
worse. Go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
You made about 30 people happy, Clarence.
As we coordinated earlier, I'm going to present some 6 summaries of the 3 warehouse conditions we didn't address last month. You can then open up to public comment, including last month's topics of the setback distance, noise limitations, and air pollution considerations. The 3 conditions for tonight include hours of operation. This proposal is similar to existing noise ordinance 257, section 6, subsection B, which limits hours of loading and warehousing type operations. Adding this as a condition to warehouse zoning allows us to also limit nighttime light, noise, and air pollution exposure, among other disturbances. The other half of this proposal addresses the common exception made for interstate operations by allowing township enforcement officers to verify such operations do merit exception. This arrangement gives the supervisors more leverage to negotiate and reach a compromise with the developer. Now, do you want me to continue on, or would you like to open it up for discussion with each one?
Continue on, and then we'll open it up.
Okay. The second item then is light and glare, which is found in the subdivision and land development ordinance, or SLATO. But my proposal asks to move that provision to the zoning ordinance for warehousing. And that's because modern warehousing operations are so intrusive that all aspects of it should be elevated or evaluated together during the conditional use review. That includes the noise, light, sight, air, stormwater, traffic, safety, the whole host. Rather than doing a piecemeal between the SLATO and then the conditional use review. I think the SLATO is just too late in the process, and it should be in the zoning ordinance where the supervisors have more oversight and influence on the process. And then the third item is the traffic impact study to be paid for by the developer but overseen by the township. The genesis of this is the proposal is that I heard it spoken about earlier several times in public meetings, but never resolved. I've been told that the solicitor has deemed this an inadvisable measure, but I've not heard or read that in any kind of finding to put it to rest. So I guess I'm asking for a written judgment of some sort to end the speculation that we've had over this. And if we do that, perhaps we can ask for less. This The whole reason for this is it came up during the Trindle Springs Trade Center traffic study, which was woefully inadequate because of its inputs. Basically, the land use code, which generates trip numbers, was entirely off. Can we, as a condition, ask that the township reviews and approves the traffic impact studies, assumptions, and inputs before it's calculated? And that way, if they're putting in a completely inappropriate land use code, we have a say in that early on rather than later. So those are the three things, boiled down as much as I could. And I'll turn it back over to the chairman then for his comments and for public comments.
Okay, thanks, Clarence. Let's go to the board for those comments on those three conditions, and then we could look for public comment. Does the board have anything at this point?
Yeah, I did have a question, Sean. Anything that was provided to us in writing, can any of those suggestions be legally deemed like an unconstitutional or illegal lawful taking, like with setbacks being, say, 500 feet?
No, yeah, so I mean, that not on its face necessarily, it would be dependent on the facts of any particular property. And what they would probably first do is go to the zoning hearing board to seek a variance relief from those types of limitations. Some of the other suggestions that get to the operational aspects of a business, there's a significant amount of case law on that's viewed by the courts pretty skeptically, and there's a limitation on a township's ability to limit business operations. So that, and you may hear me talk about that in other contexts, but the hours of operation is certainly one that although you can limit it in some cases, it's a lot more nuanced. You can't simply do that across the board, and you have to show for a warehouse that there's a reason for that is different than operational issues for other similar uses or industrial uses.
Like, getting back to my point, like with setbacks, say lot layout or configuration, if you don't have an exactly, like, say, a rectangular property and say it's Pentagon or something like that, when you start putting in like a 500-foot setback, that was my concern. Like, if you have a narrow or to a wider lot, you can almost deem it to be worthless at one end. Is that like a grounds on that? Because like we could make 1,000-foot setback and you couldn't almost build anything on the property. Where's the like the balance, or where's the draw where they have a case?
Yeah, again, it wouldn't necessarily, it depends on that property, right? And I'm not going to put Mr. Franklin on the spot, but I'm sure Mr. Franklin, chair of the zoning hearing board, has seen plenty of variances from small lots to large lots looking for relief from setbacks because of that. So that's the first avenue. It wouldn't necessarily invalidate that provision. Depending on how large you make that setback, it may create a ton of variances for the zoning hearing board to deal with that you wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah, what I was thinking about was, remember over at the Willard Tract, and I know that the zoning hearing board actually ruled in favor of the township pertaining to access points going in and out of a development. I think it was floodway placement, and they actually ruled in favor of us. It went to the county court. They ruled in favor of the developer, which I felt was an error. But then that invalidated that whole section of the ordinance. Is that a potential if we have, like, what, you get a strong number of people that maybe would come in, contest it, and it would say they don't agree, that if, say, the zoning hearing board would rule in our favor and they would take it there, If that is overturned, does that eliminate that portion of the ordinance?
The setback issue again, I mean, I'm going to almost repeat myself. I think I think a 500-foot setback is not unreasonable depending on the size of that lot. So I don't see that as being effectively repealed due to the number of variances, or if you fight and lose denial of a variance. It's going to be a case by case basis, and again, most of these lots, the 500 feet is probably doable on an industrial lot like that.
Okay, and that could hold true with anything that we would put in, like some of the other stuff Clarence had in there. They, with them having the ability to go to the zoning hearing board, it wouldn't be an issue of invalidation of that or part of the ordinance.
Sure, that's why there's a zoning hearing board and there's a variance process. So there may be provisions that don't make sense for a particular property, and they'd go and seek that relief.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Sean, wouldn't the 500 feet setback, wouldn't that help with noise and light pollution?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, distance helps with noise and light.
Because I know a lot of residents are concerned about it's 24/7 operation. You hear the backup beepers and stuff like that, so.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, may I jump in and answer a couple of those?
Go ahead. Before you do, I will say though, the board, we did have a consensus last meeting to move forward on options for setback and noise limits. I'm just cautious about rehashing those if we could. I'd like us to focus maybe on the remaining four, but go ahead, Clarence.
Yeah, well, I was just going to defend those. The 500 foot also allows you to use the woodland buffer that we discussed back in January to fill it in, and that would actually help with Supervisor Kotzmeyer's idea about reducing noise and light even more. Distance does it, but then filling it with vegetation will do it even more. As far as setback, as you know, you already have one ordinance for drop lots that have established 500 foot. And then for the hours of operation, as I mentioned, that's already found in ordinance 257 as well. That's been established. So none of this is new. It's already found in there. I'm just emphasizing it in warehousing because warehousing tends to be so intrusive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Clarence. Anything else from the board at this point? Sean, are you willing to comment on the traffic study idea?
I think that I felt like we maybe discussed that in public, but maybe it was offline a bit. I think the view of that was that when a traffic study is submitted by a developer by a professional of their choosing, that then goes to our township engineer. The traffic engineer that does the original study has professional requirements. Are there areas that they could, there's some subjectivity that they could fudge one way or the other? Sure. That's why you have HRG hired, and you have an engineer, and they have traffic engineers on staff that review these closely. So you do have a bite at that apple very early in the process. The developer pays for their traffic study. The developer, due to the provisions of the MPC, also pay for the fees for HRG's review. So all of that's being reviewed, and you have both the professional standards of the original preparer of the traffic study, and then you have your own traffic engineer reviewing them. So there's some redundancy in that. You already have an advocate on the township's behalf reviewing it, and so it doesn't seem necessary for the township to have the control over that initial traffic study.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Let's go to public comment on these proposals. Any public comment, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Craig Jurgensen, a medical doctor, member of the Central Pennsylvania Clean Air Board for 10 years. We, the Central Pennsylvania Clean Air Board, make it our business to study, monitor, and report the effects of air pollution in our region, in the Central PA region. We have monitors all over the air. We've concentrated on the smallest particle in soot, which is measuring 2.5 micro, we call it PM 2.5. Of course, soot is a many more bigger particles. The PM 2.5 thing we've decided that we should measure because of its pathogenicity and its effect on public health. I put this picture up here of a place familiar to you all. In this one picture, basic is all the 3 or 4 elements which make our region difficult from a pollutional standpoint. We have a major interstate highway. We have a truck with exhaust pipe going up. We have a warehouse with a big parking lot, and we have a mountain. That's the North Mountain. We live in the valley. We call it the verdant valley. Many days it's not verdant at all because there's pollution that collects. As it turns out, when there's enough breeze to get over the mountain from the north, it blows the pollution out and heads out northwest up toward the northern part of our country. Many days of the month, close to half of it, there's not enough breeze to get over the mountain. And then trucks and emissions accumulate, and monitors of PM 2.5 go up. And so as many days as there are good days with airflow, get over the mountain and everyone's happy, we have as many days when airflow is minimal and no breeze, and the mountain blocks any breeze there might be on the other side. So our basic problem is our geography, basically. Not much we can do about this. If we want to fix everything, we can't move mountains, right? But the Clean Air Task Force has taken upon itself to recognize that there are serious negative health impacts from this geography problem going on. And the Clean Air Task Force has put together, the next slide, please, showing that, go too much, well, hold it, one more back. It has measured, the Clean Air Task Force, and documented that there are 8,800 deaths, 3,700 heart attacks, and hundreds of thousands of respiratory illnesses, and approximately $100 billion in monetized health damages per year brought on by PM 2.5 across the country. And next slide. How do they measure negative health impacts? They measure negative impacts by looking at the amount of disease that there is. And with diseases, there are always economic factors because people who get sick can't work. And economics of the region are impacted if people can't get to work and employment goes down and so forth like this. And so the negative health impacts are not just medical, but social and environmental. The Clean Air Task Force has put together a map that shows where the relative negative health impacts are the worst in the country. And be ready for this next slide because I don't think you understand quite the importance of, next slide, there may be some gasps in the audience, but here we are, the dark brown spots are where the negative health impacts are the worst. And you see where we are. We live in one of the worst locations from the standpoint of negative health impacts in the country. And our ups and downs of PM 2.5 vary from day to day, but the net effect over time, over a year, this is the way we live most every day over the year. This is shocking. Some of you realize that, as pretty as the Cumberland Valley seems to be on many people's eyes many days, often it's not. If you want to take a look at this monitor yourself, every time you go along 81, take a look at the North Mountain. If it looks hazy, that means you shouldn't walk outside and take an exercise. If it looks green like it was today and yesterday, it means the air is healthy. So what we want to do as the Clean Air Board to appraise you of what the negative health impacts are affecting all of us, our families, our citizens, and to advise that everybody should do what they can. You as a municipality have to decide on what decisions you make that are going to benefit or lower emissions from PM 2.5 as to the kind of construction you do, the kind of trucks you use, the kind of service trucks you use, every citizen, every municipality should be working toward this so that we are better off in our public health situation. Show the next slide. This Okay, there it is about, this has been documented by, and this is verified by the American Lung Association. Particle pollution, small particle, talking about, makes this area where we are in the 37th worst in the country from the standpoint of PM 2.5. The next point, though, is notice this. In 2024, the area ranked second most polluted in the mid-Atlantic region. That's the shocker. That's where we are. That's where we live every day and breathe. So I think that's next slide show. I took the same picture yesterday to the same location. Yesterday was a relatively clean area. Look how the mountain looks pretty green.
How'd you get the truck to come right back?
Well, it just happened. It's good luck. It's a FedEx truck, which means, of course, yes, we have too many trucks. Now we have FedEx and we have UPS and delivering everything to everybody. And so this is why the trucking and the emission problem has skyrocketed now with more trucks and more vehicles to do our deliveries. Just so happened he abided my interest in by the FedEx truck driving in front of me. I said, oh, there it is. So I snap a picture. And the next picture, is there one more? Yeah. I went home and looked at our Clean Air Board contributes our data from PM 2.5, our monitor, which is we monitoring continuously. And I went on our map, on our dot map, and what was the clean air? Green dots mean the hair is healthy, as you saw in that last picture. Red dots means it's not healthy. Purple dots means it's dangerous for anybody to go out. In the case of we have purple days. Yesterday, where I showed you that nice clean picture with the green mountain, this is what the green dot display looked like. Everything's happy from Philadelphia to Harrisburg and Carlisle and all the regions around. You're in here. So I want to let you know that we are doing plenty of monitoring. The monitoring is demonstrable. It's scary. The day-to-day monitoring, I think, is interesting to know about. The overall effect, though, of a year's accumulation of bad days and good days means that we are in a dangerously living area where toxicity, neurotoxicity and cardiovascular toxicity is in our presence all the time. So our urgings is to do, as a municipality, all you can in your decision-making for trucks and vehicles and construction to do things that hopefully will result in some diminution of our PM 2.5 concentration so we can live healthier lives. It won't happen in one day. We've got a lot of work to do. More people have to do more things, but that's our advice to the supervisors in their deliberations.
I had a question, Scott. Can you go back to that map of the states where it was brown, light brown?
Yeah.
Iowa, most of that looks like it's unsafe to breathe. That's a lot of farm ground out there.
Mhm.
How can you explain, it looks like across the US in a straight line from
Yes.
Iowa East?
It has to do with winds and also there's a Canadian factor, so that some of these things come from Canada. And so it has to do with waveforms. And yeah, I recognize your question about farming. It should be all clean. That's just like we're farming too. The same reason here. We're farming, and we're a farming community. Central Pennsylvania is designed to be farming. Yeah, but we have a mountain. Our problem is our geography.
This isn't farming, and Nancy will tell you 50 years ago
Yeah.
around here, that was farming.
But I think probably the problem there must be their geography too.
Yeah.
There's something geographical about what they're saying.
I remember in the sixties, you could come from Perry County
Yes.
and you could look down.
Yes.
Before they had
Oh,
all the
sure.
truck terminals and
Yeah.
everything. It was clear down here.
Yes. Yeah.
And now you come across
Yes.
the
Well,
mountain and you look down and
Yeah,
it's-
emissions have increased. Vehicles have increased. You know, we need cleaner trucks. We need cleaner vehicles, and less burning. Open burning. We have in Perry County is famous for open burning.
yeah, they burn a lot of.
Yes,
in Perry
that's a
County.
real serious problem. So the industrial thing. We also have a coal-powered power plant. The Bruner power plant is right to the south in
York Haven.
And coal-powered plants are the worst of all. And we have a coal-powered power plant in our community. They are due to close. We understand that Bruner power plant is going to close operations because pressure. 25% of coal-powered power plants in our country have closed down for this very reason. We have one we live with too. But there are plans to close the Bruner power plant I think in 2 years. But so if you have a coal-fired plant out there, many places, that's a major contributor.
I do remember years ago, back in the sixties, you could fish
Yeah.
down in Goldsboro.
Yeah.
And the PP&L plant is down there
Yeah.
and the water was always hot
Yeah.
because of them putting the water back into the river and stuff, and it would kill the fish and everything else. But
Okay.
yeah, we know
Well,
where you're coming from.
Okay, as far as what you can do and what your responsibilities are, I'm going to yield to Attorney Johnston, who can follow up on the legalities of what your position might be from the standpoint of what do you need to do by law.
Hey, I can see Deshaun over there. My name's Ann Johnston, and I'm a retired attorney, and I volunteer with the Clean Air Board. I'm from Central Pennsylvania, grew up in Carlisle. In any event, I'll just quickly read this into the record. I think you guys have this. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, okay, good, thanks. So,
Closer to the mic.
okay, thanks. Yeah, during the last few months, you have been considering proposed ordinances designed to reduce the negative impacts to the township from warehouses located in and to be constructed within the township. One significant negative impact is increased air pollutants emitted by the motor vehicles conducting business with the warehouses, both incoming, outgoing, idling trucks, and the warehouse's own fleet. During these discussions, one issue that arose was whether and to what extent the local government is empowered to take action to protect its citizens from these harmful air pollutants. So in this document, I discussed what authority you do have, and in fact, what obligations you have, and I give a couple examples of the types of actions you can take. And we refer back to the Pennsylvania Constitution, the Environmental Rights Amendment that established a fundamental right for Pennsylvanians to have clean air, pure water, and healthy environment. And as per the ERA, the Commonwealth and the local governments are trustees of our natural resources for the benefit of present and future generations. This amendment holds that the state and the local governments they're accountable for conserving and maintaining our environment and for preventing undue environmental degradation from economic development. These obligations have been established by several court cases. I recommend you read them, particularly Gibraltar Rock is a really good case in my mind. Critical to the approach embodied in the ERA is the principle that local government be well informed of the environmental effects of its actions in advance and use that knowledge to prevent infringement of the rights protected. So in regard to warehouses in the township, the board cannot overlook that warehouse operations exacerbate local air pollutants. In essence, the board cannot permit warehouse construction and operation without regard to the risk of air pollutants and other environmental impacts, and thus without regard to the board's constitutional duties and obligations. What are the limitations of your authority? Well, you are faced with limitations from preemption clauses from various federal and state statutes. For example, the Clean Air Act prohibits local governments from adopting standards that control emissions from new motor vehicles. So the local government cannot directly regulate emissions from these motor vehicles, such as trucks at the warehouses. So what can you do to protect against the negative impacts and also meet your environmental rights amendment obligations? There's a lot of different ways you can do it, and they're doing it across the country. Local governments can, and I say should, adopt ordinances that apply to warehouse operators. The ordinance can be targeted at the operating the warehouse based on a certain size. You can use various different metrics. These type of provisions do not trigger the preemption problem, as they don't limit the emissions from the motor vehicles, but rather still can address the pollution impacts by going for the warehouse operators. Throughout the country, they're doing this, as I already said. These ordinances can be in the form of work practice standards similar to those proposed by Clarence. For example, these standards could include requiring a warehouse operator to use zero-emission vehicles in its fleet and yard trucks, and to install electric charging stations. The local government can require the warehouse operators to collect fence line emissions data and to provide such data to the township for publication in its website, so the township can find out about it. Should such data demonstrate increased emissions, the local government can add additional work practice standards, including, but not limited to, requiring the warehouse operators install particulate filtration at sensitive population areas such as schools, childcare centers, hospitals, etc. The local government can also impose fines. In addition, the operators can be required to redress known adverse impacts from warehouse operations through mitigation measures, such as by installing solar panels at the site during construction, just as you recently permitted in your ordinance tonight. Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Interesting.
Any comments or questions so far from the board? Okay, other public comment?
Yeah, Mark Podiger, 44 Texaco Road. I just wanted to say that if we're going to, look at the traffic studies and verify that that information is correct, I think we need to make sure that we're checking on the classification of the warehouse, because a lot of times the traffic study is based on the classification. And if the classification is wrong, then the traffic study is wrong. It's all math and it's formulas. It's how you put the numbers together. Just for an example, the Trindle Spring Trade Center was classified as class 150, and it was definitely not. The size of the building, the height of the building, and the amount of dock doors made it obvious that it was a cross distribution warehouse, which the classification was a lot higher. So I just think that should be part of the checking as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Any other comment? Anything online? Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Sean, quick question. Do we have the ability, as it was suggested, to be able to limit what type of, say, trucks they utilize, coming on site, or being used on site? Is that legally something we can do?
I don't believe so. Some of those recommendations are I think possible, but if you go back to my comment about hours of operation and the way the courts look at operational limitations built into a zoning ordinance, something like that's probably not going to pass muster.
Okay.
And I should say that the ERA is a very important provision of our Constitution. It was, I think, neglected for decades after its passage. I think the case law is still evolving on that. That said, it may grant certain duties and authority seemingly to municipalities and the Commonwealth. But remember that we as a municipality are limited in the authority that we do have, both by, and here the second class township code, and then also the municipalities planning code. So the authority that may appear in that constitutional provision is also limited by state statute, because our power derives from the state.
Okay.
Sean, have you come across any examples in the pollution category that we could entertain? Still not clear on what options we have there.
There may be. I think some of those ideas might be possible. I'd like to have. I just received that letter, I think, yesterday. So I haven't had a chance to really dig into all the thoughts that they have in the Clean Air Board's letter.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to dig into that and see what we can possibly do. We're also in the midst of, and I think this has been mentioned before, a draft to update some of the issues that we've seen in the newest, now three-year-old zoning ordinance. And one of the things that we have talked about is the issue that Mr. Podiger raised. So those kinds of things are on our radar, and certainly these things could be built into it also.
Okay. Scott, did we have comment online? Ricky,
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
again?
Hi, Ricky McLaren, 111 Stephen Drive. Before I make my comment, can the chairman please remind me, are you all voting tonight on like changes to the ordinances? Or are you voting on what you're asking the staff to consider and then
Yeah,
to you
the
as
latter. Yeah.
the latter? Okay, then I think that makes my my comment pretty simple. I would just request from the board to direct the staff to consider all of the recommendations that Clarence put on the table and to um, ask them to both provide to you all the most aggressive protective measures that could be taken by law, you know, without breaking any laws. And then maybe in addition to that, you know, if it's a step back from there, what they would recommend you do. Just so you can see like, you know, them putting their brain power to the issue, what the best step would be from a citizen protection standpoint, and then go from there. I I I would really love to see you all direct them to do that. And then I just wanted to lift up too that I know during the Trindle Springs Trade Center whole situation, I did send you all a letter from Dr. Gage Hunter Kerr, a professor at the George Washington University, who has also been studying air pollution impacts from warehousing across the United States. And I know that he would also, in addition to the excellent folks from the Clean Air Board, would be more than willing to talk to our township about, you know, the impacts and what he's seen and things like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there too.
Got it. Thanks, Ricky. Dave, go ahead.
Another question for Sean pertaining to this. If we recommend, say we pick all of those, that only pertains to new undeveloped sites. Any plan that, say there's a building that they repurpose, reuse, that will not apply to them, or will it, or any plan that's say in the pipeline now? This would just be strictly anything in the future, new construction, correct?
That's mostly correct, yes.
Yeah.
The one caveat might be an expansion of an existing structure.
Like
So some of the conditions that we may consider could apply to that.
Okay, and so like, for instance, the 500-foot setback, say we have that in and they're doing an expansion because it's existing, can we enforce that on any expansion or not?
Yeah, yes, the ordinance specifically requires that current setbacks would have to be met.
Okay.
Scott, anybody else online? Okay. All right. So back to the board. Like I said, I think setback and noise, we had
Mr. Chairman, may I have one last statement?
closing argument, Clarence?
Well, not even a closing argument, just one point that was brought up about the
Yeah.
warehouse operations. I know the solicitor looks dimly on that, but I will say that if you look at your own zoning ordinance, 257, the noise ordinance one, section 6B, very specifically limits activities based on hours. And that's all I'm trying to do here. So either that is not enforceable, or we can do that in other cases as well, which is the point I wanted to bring up. And I guess since you're going to allow me a closing argument, I would like you to consider all 6 of these. Again, the original proposal I made, a lot of it winds up being just for illustrative purposes. I do expect the staff to come back and give you, the decision makers, some choices like Ricky McLaren mentioned, as far as you then making the decision, the balance between costs and protecting the citizenry. And frankly, only you as the elected members of our township can do that. And all the rest of us are just advisors.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clarence. I'll look to the board, see if we can get some direction. I like the idea of options. I think we're there on setback and noise. Sean, you've somewhat committed to at least a brief on some pollution category options. Is it a heavy lift to provide options on all of these? Maybe, three, least, middle ground, most strict, or is it that might be, I'm trying to balance. We're in this conundrum of staff wants direction, but we're looking for options, right? So we can't give exact direction to staff at this point is what it feels like.
Yeah, I think we can give you some options that you can choose almost a la carte, or give sort of, like you said, a middle ground versus something that might be more strict.
Okay, is the board comfortable with that?
Yeah, I particularly like the
Yeah.
the presentations from the air board or whatever, and incorporating some of that.
Okay,
We want to be legal.
sure. Laura, any comments?
Sorry, having trouble coming off on mute. I pretty much agree. I'd like to see some options put forward by staff. I am leaning more towards being more restrictive as much as possible, but I think it makes sense to look at some options. I do appreciate all the effort that Clarence has put into this, and I appreciate his concern for the township.
Okay, thanks, Laura.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
was
ahead,
gonna
Dave.
just add, I think each individual one, it could depend on how restrictive or I think, sometimes there's give and take to it. Not being super restrictive on one, and to me, your noise, your clean air, things that definitely impact is where you should worry about, the greater good of the community. Some of the other things, if you get more out of that, maybe potentially a concession, but I'd like to see it come before I make a decision one way or another.
Sounds good. Clarence, thank you. And those that provided input, thank you very much as well. More to come on, I think, all 6 of these topics. So I appreciate the discussion. We're going to move to subdivision and land development. First, under subdivision is the joint facility preliminary final land development plan. I'd like to invite the representatives up this evening.
Good evening. My name is Eric Brinzer with Ritu Associates. We're here this evening. I have a couple other representatives with us. I have a traffic engineer and I have 2 representatives from my client. If you have any specific questions about operations or the traffic aspect. Scott, you have that up on the plan, on the screen there for you. We have a preliminary final subdivision land development plan for a CLI SDS facility. It's essentially the Sheets trucking division. What we're proposing here is a drop lot facility. I think you heard that mentioned earlier. It's a 16,000 square foot building with essentially a drop lot for truck trailers and then employee parking for the drivers and a minimal employees in the office. Just in general, where this is located, it is about a half a mile west of Route 114 along Texaco Road. It is right adjacent to the Mechanicsburg Terminal's fuel oil terminal, just to the east of that. If you could go back one, Scott, just to give a little context. Yeah, right there. That's good. So this overall property, we're subdividing just shy of 12 acres for this leased area for Sheets. And it's in the center of this much larger tract owned by Mechanicsburg Terminals. A majority of this area is currently either heavily wooded or in a heavy shrub condition. And most of that heavily wooded area is along the frontage between the facility and Texaco Road. I also just want to point out on the right side of the plan, we do have, with the drop lot, there's a 500-foot separation distance from any property that may or is zoned for residential use. So we are providing that 500-foot buffer to the east of the site and to the north where it's required. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of overview as to where this is situated and how it's located on the property. You can go on to the next one, Scott, if you would. As I mentioned, as a drop lot, we have, I believe, 41 trailer spaces proposed here, along with the required parking for the staff and the drivers. The facility will have, that's again, the small 16,000 square foot building, essentially for doing some minor maintenance repairs. And also they do their truck washing for the sheets trucks there as they come in and go out. So that is essentially what the use of the building is for. We have gone through multiple iterations with the township engineer on both traffic and the land development plan, subdivision land development ordinance criteria. We've worked through those, and we now have, if you've seen the latest two letters, relatively clean letters from a technical standpoint. We still have a couple administrative items. We have one agency approval that we're still waiting on, which is the NPDS permit. We did just get our sewer exemption in hand today, so that just leaves the NPDS permit that's outstanding. And I believe at this point, we've addressed the last two technical comments from the Conservation District, so I would expect, my hope in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be getting that letter as well. With that being said, we do have 4 waivers that we're requesting, and then we're also proposing a fee in lieu of providing sidewalk and curbing along this property, just based on where it is, the type of facility that it is. There's no other curb and sidewalk in this general area, so we did offer to provide that fee in lieu of that, which I believe the staff and engineer works amenable to. For the waivers that we're looking for, first is for preliminary plan. Obviously, it's one lot, one building. The plan was reviewed at both the preliminary and final criteria in the ordinance. So we would ask that you waive the preliminary plan requirements so we can proceed essentially as a preliminary final plan combined. The next one, and I'm just going to read off out of the township letter there, is section 603.12 is for the 5-foot minimum curb radii. And Scott, I apologize, I don't have my pointer or your pointer at the moment, but in the back of the property is, yep. A little easier to describe. So to the rear of the property, we have a fuel island, which is for the trucks that are coming in there for diesel fuel. And in that area, there is curbing provided, but it's essentially to provide protection for those facilities. There's bollards and curbing there to protect that just from the trucks. The intent of that section of the ordinance, I believe if you read it, it is for parking areas. And the parking area essentially is out here where we meet the 5-foot curb radii. In the back here, just around those couple amenities, we have a couple radiuses that are at 2 feet. And again, it's merely to provide minimal protection on very narrow appurtenances relative to those fueling islands. So what we're asking for is a waiver of that 5-foot criteria. And my argument was that it doesn't necessarily apply because it's not in a parking lot. It's out in the middle of this paved area. But we're still asking for, just in case it is deemed that it be required. So take it from 5 foot to 2 foot, just for those couple amenities. I'll go over all 4 of them, and then I'll ask for any feedback you might have or questions on them. The next one is for 15-foot setback for stormwater facilities. Out at the front, if you're familiar out there with this site at all, the road basically goes from Texaco Road straight up the hill. There's no down angle from the road down and then back up. So, and there's a bridge that goes right in this area. So in order to get into the site, we're coming right off the road and essentially coming up the hill. What that does is limits our ability to capture the stormwater from this part of the entrance. And that limits our ability to meet the stormwater ordinance criteria. That 15-foot setback would have pushed that basin way back here behind the setback and away from that entrance, further limiting how much of that paved area we could capture in stormwater. And we originally had a plan that had it further back, and there's a requirement in here that you have to take the 2-year storm to the 1-year storm, and we were not able to meet that criteria. So by pushing that small basin to the front, closer to the right-of-way line, that allows us to then capture enough water to meet the 2-year to the 1-year storm event. And through talking with the staff and the engineers, we felt that was a better way to approach it to make sure we're meeting the stormwater criteria as opposed to just providing that setback criteria. And in this case, that we do have just as karst geology out in this area. I'm sure everybody's well aware of that. These are MRC basins, which is a managed release concept. They're not intended to infiltrate, so we're really not taking credit for any infiltration. So that sort of limits any risk of having that closer to the road. And we are still, as you can see from the plan, we are still set back from the road. We're not right up on the edge of the road there. So that's what that setback waiver is for. The final waiver we have is the ordinance requires you, and I'm going to just use some general terms, JJ, if there's anything that I misstate, please help me out. But essentially, it requires you to detain an additional 20% of what you're required from like a pre to post development. And in this case, we looked at it. We actually had a meeting with the township engineer to look at it, trying to find a way to meet that criteria of that additional 20%. And what we found is that because the way this sits on top of the hill, there's a little hill there, we just can't capture enough stormwater. There's not enough water getting to these facilities to meet the extra 20%. So in this case, and I don't remember which is which, front and back, we have 2 points of interest here, but one of them we're at 14% above what's not 20%, so 14%. The other one is 11%. So we're still detaining more than just the straight pre to post, but we're just not able to achieve that 20% that the ordinance requires. And it's really a matter of we just can't get enough water to these facilities to do it, or we would. It's not a matter of can't or not wanting to. It's just not physically possible to do it. So that's what that waiver is for. So that's really the 4 waivers we have. I think the other items, we've addressed all the traffic concerns. We do have, if you look at the traffic letter, the fee in lieu of, traffic impact fee. We did ask for a reduction in that slightly due to some existing trucks that are coming from this facility to the Mechanicsburg Terminals facility already. They're already using the roadway. This is just kind of giving them a facility closer to that terminal where most of these trucks go. So we're taking credit for a few of those trucks that are already on the road in this location. So I think that covers most of what I have to go over. Again, I think we have a pretty clean letter from a technical standpoint. It's mostly just administrative items at this point, in addition to the 4 waivers that we have. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. We have, again, the ownership here. If you have operational questions or anything else we can cover.
Nancy?
The trucks that are dropped there are empty?
Jeff, would you mind talking a little bit about, or Dave, talking a little bit about the operational? Yeah, sorry.
Jeff Eisman, Director of Operations for CLI Transport and Sheets. The majority of the trucks there are tanker trucks that we fill at the LHT facility there in Mechanicsburg. They are all empty when they go onto the lot. There's a few of our.
One there that's not empty.
There's never one there that's not empty, correct? Yes. And then our distribution center will have a couple trucks there just to switch out for local drivers. So those will be the refrigerated trailers that you see on the road.
Tell me again, where are they coming from?
So our trucks currently are on Roadway Drive. They're at the Volvo facility. So we have all of our operation there currently.
And the traffic study, I saw something that there wasn't one done. There was one done, right?
There was, yes. There's a letter that HRG had provided, and we had worked through all the technical comments before coming here this evening. So what you're seeing is the remnants of going through that review process.
About the emergency management people and the township, what have they said about this?
I believe we've had it reviewed. We've provided truck turning radiuses for trucks and emergency apparatus coming into the site and going through the site. So I believe at this point we've met their needs.
Thanks, Nancy. Harry?
You were saying refrigerated trucks you're gonna have? They're gonna
Yes.
be running all night and all day, or
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
the trucks that are refrigerated? They're gonna be
Okay.
running all day and all night, or just all
No,
night?
they're just there to switch. So there'll be local drivers that take those to the stores and deliver that product. And then whenever they're empty, they come back and they switch out with another driver coming from the Claysburg Distribution Center.
Okay, they're not gonna be running during the night,
No.
because we have that problem in New Kingstown. There's trucks running all night because of refrigeration and stuff.
No, they won't be running all night. No.
Okay, and from EMC, talks about the fire hydrants, I guess. Will that be close to the facility?
There's probably 200 feet away from there or less. There's hydrants along Texaco Road.
I know there's hydrants, but, Will the fire hydrant now, will that suffice to the facility?
I believe so, yeah. We don't need sprinkling for this facility either.
Right,
Yeah.
because it's all gonna be
Right.
outside pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
What about backup alarms? Are they gonna be, a problem for like the residents that might be away from it, but still hear it?
I guess what is the how will the facility operate? Like times of the day? I guess would be a question.
Yeah, I mean, we do have backup alarms on our units. But with the setbacks and the vegetation, that should reduce that. I mean, they're not, I don't know the exact, decibel level, but they're for the immediate, area of the vehicle so that to warn anybody that's right there.
Yeah, it's not gonna be like 10 trucks backing up at the same time
No,
or anything
no,
like
all-
that.
All of our tankers come back at different times throughout the day and night, so.
Okay. What about lighting?
We are currently, went a couple rounds on that one with the engineer and we did get the lighting down so that we're meeting the ordinance. So it really doesn't reflect any more than 0.1 at the property line.
Okay, it's down towards the
Yeah.
ground versus.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
Okay, question for you. Due to the proximity of the Hoagstown Run, with your fueling station there, do you have a canopy that's going to go over the truck fueling area in the event of a rain and you have a spill? We don't want it hitting the stormwater conveyance and ended up either, looting the run. Is the facility, the fueling facility canopied?
So, well, I know for one, just talking about stormwater management, so that runoff then goes to that MRC basin and the ordinance does require us to have kind of a secondary, so there will be filters in the inlets that go from the paved area before they get into the stormwater management facility and then before they would get down to the stream.
Yeah, what kind of filters take out fuel?
I'd have to look at what they are, but
I've
yeah,
never seen.
but
I'm just being honest.
To answer your question, there is a canopy over top of the fuel.
Okay, that helps. But do you have an emergency plan in the event of a spill with the proximity to the Hoagstown Run?
Yeah, yeah, and all our facilities have a physical security and an emergency, management plan, created.
Okay, that would be my concern with, the proximity to the run with the fuel spill or the potential. You're in a close proximity to it. I don't know if your stormwater discharges to the north or,
it's sort of split. Part of it goes to the north, part of it.
yeah, there's a split in that area. There's a divide that goes to the Trindle Spring Run and the Hoagstown. And I'm concerned because I know we're in a close proximity or your site is to that. The other question I have, truck travel direction, when they leave, what's the approximate split or what is your plan for the trucks? Because I looked at the plan, there's up to 50, approximately 55 spaces. That's 110 trips a shift, and there's 3 shifts. You're talking potentially 320 truck trips on Texaco Road a day.
We, so we only run 2 shifts, so we run 12 hours. 12 hours.
Okay, so then we're still around 220 or so. So,
Yeah. So we're not gonna have that many trucks there. We have spacing, available. So currently our tankers are fueling at the, Mechanicsburg terminal facility now.
all of them, because I've seen them come out of the Mechanicsburg terminal at the Gulf before.
So, correct, that the majority of it comes right out of Mechanicsburg. We do use High Spire as well, but, the majority of it comes out of Mechanicsburg.
All right, so trucks can go, when they're fueled at the terminal there, this is my concern, till we get the S turn done on Texaco Road, and we have 3 turns on State Road. One of the biggest concerns we get from residents, and actually I know someone that had their pickup truck, actually, they drove over the hood of it at one of the turns, and it wasn't one of your trucks, it was a combination truck, and it can happen. I mean, if you take your time, you usually can mitigate that. Um, what's, what's your policy pertaining to, I mean, is there anything you can do as a company maybe to help us mitigate till we get those roads improved, which is, it's on our radar to do it, to, I know there's a lot of different companies that pull out of that facility. I'm not trying to single you out. You're here. I'm bringing it up. Is there anything you can do maybe to help us till we get those projects done there, especially with you being a township business and trying to be a good neighbor?
Yeah, I mean, I would be open to suggestions on what the board, the supervisor would suggest. You know, for us, we kept all of our trucks off of Hemp Road, until, recently when it opened up.
Yeah.
But so that left us with going out to Hoagstown Road and going to all our store deliveries from there. Obviously our drivers are some of the best in the industry. So on our safety records, we continuously get high marks with the American Trucking Association, Pennsylvania Trucking Association for our safety and our drivers. So, we participate, with the PMA, the Pennsylvania Motor Trucking Association quite regularly on any kind of options to make the roads safer. So any of those we would definitely be interested in.
Maybe you can have a discussion with staff. I mean, we have it on our radar due to the construction going on hemp to do projects to alleviate those safety issues, but they might not occur for maybe a year or two. But anything we can do to keep combination trucks off a state road and, the west side of, Texaco for now, it would help the safety of the people that motor those roads. So that's all I have.
Question, did staff analyze the TIF request?
Yes, our HRG analyzed the TIF request. Are you specifically referencing the reduction in trips?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, we went back and forth with the applicant a couple of times about that, and we think the reduction in the peak trips is 3 trips.
Got it.
For the existing truck traffic
Okay.
there.
Yeah, I didn't see
claiming
that
for.
actual number, so
Yep.
that's helpful. Okay.
Yeah, that letter came out today, so might have been lost.
And then there was noted discussion on 12 additional spaces and then fence height. Is there still any debate on those items?
I do not believe so, no. The additional
Okay.
spaces may be the applicant is proposing expanding or the potential to expand the parking lot in an additional phase. That could have been the request that was mentioned.
Yeah, I
Okay.
apologize, I didn't cover that. We do as you're looking at the plan here on the north side, I'll call it the plan north side, we do have some future parking, trailers and car parking. And essentially they're shown, they're not a short-term plan, that's for long-term planning. And we did that to allow for stormwater management so that we won't have to come back and revisit that from a stormwater perspective. If that happens, we did, in correspondence with the traffic consultant, we were looking at potentially doing a post-construction study to see how this is operating. And if they come back with additional plan in 10 years, they would have to update that traffic study to accommodate the additional parking and or truck traffic at that time. So we've recognized, but that is the purpose of the future, is simply to allow for future planning for stormwater management.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And one other comment. I don't know, there's a few homes, residential homes coming in on Texaco. I'm not saying this would ever happen in the event that anybody would have a well and there would be some kind of catastrophic spill at your site. I don't anticipate that the trucks are empty, or leakage from the tank that you're using to supply fuel to the fuel pumps. Would you put anything in writing that if they needed to be connected to the public water due to contamination at the well, where it was a catastrophic issue at your site, would you be willing to do that? I know you can't do anything about general due to the fact that the terminal's there, but like, say, for some ungodly reason, something happened that was catastrophic there, would you be willing to do that? Because there is probably 3 to 4 houses there potentially that I'm not sure they're hooked on the public
Yeah, I know
water.
public water comes out Texaco, so
Yeah.
I would think if they're along Texaco Road, they're connected, but I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't think one of the individuals is standing or sitting right behind you. I don't think yeah. Would you guys, like, there's probably 3 to 4 houses there, and I'm not saying it would ever happen. You hope it never would. But would you put something in that if, you had a massive fuel spill that you would connect those that would need relief if the water's contaminated from something?
I could certainly run it through our legal department. There would have to be very specific, we would have to do, probably borings to see what the current standard is, in and around this location. So that, we have a baseline.
Yeah.
But I can certainly take it back to our legal representation and, I mean, if there's any kind of, obviously we're a reputable member of your community.
I think you are.
Stuff
Yeah.
like that. So, we've done things in the past where if we've caused any kind of issues, we've corrected it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, if you can check in on that, there's not a ton of people there that are, I believe on well, that are residential. The ones that are in behind you in the new development, they're all on public water. And I don't think anything will ever happen, I mean, that to that extent, but we don't know. I mean, there's always that chance.
I think the legal department would be proud of your answer there.
I've learned my lesson.
Right.
You have a law degree too, right?
I have another question.
Go ahead, Nancy. Nancy, go ahead.
You said you were only operating 12 hours. What are the hours?
We run 2 shifts, so it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 2 shifts.
Which
So-
is what, from what to what?
It varies. So we have varied start times so that we don't have all the trucks leaving and coming at the same time. So you'll have a driver leave at, 5 AM. He or she will run a 10 to 12 hour shift and then come back and the next driver leaves at 5 PM.
So is there someone manning that operation 24 hours? Is there someone
No.
always there?
No, ma'am.
So when is there not someone there?
So we would have normal staff there during normal business days. So, or business hours like Monday through Friday, 7 to 5.
So if I
And then
go-
our drivers would come in, throughout the week at their start time, and then they would take their truck and then leave. So there would be, times when there wouldn't be anybody there.
But I would know where to find my truck, or if I were coming.
Oh, yeah.
And if I were coming in, I would know where to put my truck.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And my other question is, we're talking about stormwater and you have a truck wash there. Where does that water go?
It's all collected in oil water separators, that are built into the structure.
Into the sewer.
Into the
sanitary
sewer. Yeah.
So it's not reused, it's,
Some of and I don't know which truck wash we're gonna put in this one. We do have one that has reclaimed water. So I would imagine this would be very similar to that. Okay, sorry.
so this.
My
this
expert's here.
the water comes from public water,
Correct.
wash the trucks. All right, thank you.
And that's a contained wash area where it goes into the separator. Okay.
All inside.
Yeah, I'm on the sewer authority board. I just want to make sure you have the grease trap and all that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Look for any public participation. Laura, Laura, did you have any comments?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pottinger, come on up.
Yeah, again, Mark Pottinger, 44 Texaco Road. I'm actually your neighbor.
On a well, Mark. Right?
On a well. Been there since 1979.
Could take your truck down and have them wash it.
I guess I could take my truck over and have them wash it.
There you go.
All right. One thing I saw on the plan is around the 3 sides of the property, the east, the north, and the west, there's a 15-foot wide, I guess you call it a landscape strip. And I guess that's some kind of a buffering type strip. I don't know why you would need it on the west side because that faces the tank farm. So what I was hoping that you guys could do is maybe take that and put more of that on the east and the north. There's a lot of deciduous trees in there right now, but in the wintertime, they lose their leaves and sound then travels more. So does light. I would like to see more evergreens put in to create a buffer. And the other comment I have is it was talked about when you leave Texaco Road, you go up that ridge. That ridge is solid limestone. My house is 500 feet due to the setback off of your property, and my house sits directly on that ridge. So I'm concerned when you guys get in there and you start blasting and things start shaking, I'm concerned about my house. So I would like to make sure that the blasting is within code. And also maybe if you could do some light charges and possibly even maybe get like a track hoe in there with a hammer and hammer it rather than blasting it. So yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, we could also ask for a video of your basement wall prior to any, if they have to blast, we could ask for video because in that way, anything that would show up afterwards.
When they did Spring Meadow Reserve, they actually had a guy come in and he was there for 8 hours in my house taking pictures. So I wouldn't be opposed to that.
We've done that for other projects.
But I would definitely like to see the evergreens more in there. Like I said, on the north, because you're going to have the HSS development on that side. It's not there right now, but it will be. And behind me also is the Spring Meadow Reserve. And that land on the backside is more shrubbery. It's not quite as woodsy as the front. And I just think evergreens in there would help buffer the residential from your facility. Thanks.
Do you guys know where he is or what he's talking about?
I can just give you real quick.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Scott's pulling up the landscape plan there. So one thing I did want to point out, and through discussions with the staff and, during the development of the plan, it was pointed out that screening and landscaping is important. So the ordinance requires screening along parking lots where you're going to have the parking. So we do have trailer spaces and we have parking on the north side. So we do have it on both sides. We also did bolster the landscaping. We added additional evergreens that were not required by the ordinance. So we took the minimum and then we did add a lot of extra landscaping and evergreen trees to what the minimal requirements that the township ordinance had in response to the township's request. So we've already kind of beefed that up beyond what the minimum is required by the ordinance. But it is required on both sides just due to the way the ordinance is written.
Side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the way the ordinance is written.
Yeah, the landscape says that all sides of the property, all the property lines have to have at least a 15-foot, regardless if it makes sense on one side or not. So for them to get out of it, they would actually have to get a variance to actually move it rather than just putting in more landscaping. And they did work with staff to bolster a lot of it.
What's the height of those trees?
Well, they're typical evergreen trees, so they're going to get 30, 40 feet.
No, I mean, when you plant.
Probably 5 to 6 foot.
6 footers.
Yeah.
Probably. Pretty typical for. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
I have a question for JJ real quick.
Go ahead, Dave.
This plan, I can't recollect, is that a clay line storm basin that they have on their facility or not?
Correct. There is impervious liner at the bottom of each facility because they, as the applicant stated, they're MRC basins, so they do not infiltrate because of the limestone that's underneath the
Okay,
site.
that would play into my concern with stormwater because it's not, any pollution would not go in, it would get discharged.
Yeah, there's a valve at the outlet structure that they'd be able to close if they needed to if there was an emergency. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that was my concern. Okay, you covered that.
Mr. Franklin, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don Franklin, 2 Matter Drive. Supervisor Linker, I want to commend you for bringing up the traffic issues on Texaco State. And I just want to emphasize to these guys as well, I'm one of the people that gets affected by the additional truck traffic that's going to come through the area. And Mr. Chairman, I can tell you right now, Dave, I can tell you right now, there's big sheets on Trindle Road as you go into Carlisle. It's on the right-hand side at Army Heritage Drive. I guarantee you some of those trucks are going to go down State Road past my house, and I've seen trucks go down Bear Road to make that right onto Trindle. These roads are not equipped for 53-foot trailers. I've been run off the road a couple times every month. Mr. Linker knows somebody who's actually been hit. So anything you all can do to help control and mitigate the truck traffic and the impact in our neighborhoods would be greatly appreciated. Texaco Road's already being hammered. State Road can't handle the truck traffic it has now. God help us when Costco opens. If there's anybody here from Costco, I apologize. That's the way I feel about it. So I'm not anti-business. I love sheets. I'll tell you that right now. But please, whatever you can do to control and mitigate the traffic impact on the trucks on our roads would be greatly appreciated. If you can shrink the size of your trailers down, even better. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Thanks, Mr. Frank. Any other public participation? Online, Scott? Ricky?
Hi, me again. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, Ricky McLaren, 111 Stephen Drive. I had a question. In the traffic study that was done for this facility, was the additional traffic from Costco incorporated and approved?
Seeing heads shaking yes. Eric, if you want to comment.
Yeah, sure. We did, we worked with the township to get all the surrounding developments that were in progress or completed to incorporate into our study. So those were all accounted for.
Okay, and Costco, the one for Costco was in it at the time of doing the study?
Yes.
Okay, and then what about the currently in litigation Trindle Spring Trade Center?
Hold on. I'm going to make my traffic engineer speak. Brought him for a reason. So maybe he could expand a little bit on answer these questions.
Good evening. My name is John Scheck. I'm with Ratu, traffic consultant for the project. Yes, the other developments that were included as directed by the township was the Eagle View Middle School expansion traffic, the Hemp Farms mixed use development, the Costco at Roaring Forks, and also the 401 Mulberry Warehouse. And the Pack Track, which is the Silver Preserve residential, and the Webster Gray residential development. So all those developments, we got their traffic studies. We include all that traffic in as background traffic for our study.
As background traffic?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to relift up for the board and, everyone else, just a reminder that, turning onto Texaco from 114 is, as I know everyone knows, pretty tricky. I've been, sitting at the light to turn onto 114. I've been almost clipped by tractor trailers multiple times. And I've seen other people be almost clipped. We have two directly on Texaco bus stops. One right at the end of our street and then one at the end of Laura Street. I'm totally blanking on the development name right now, but so we have two bus stops there with lots and lots of kids, and then we also have kids at the houses. Within the last several weeks, actually, we had a tractor trailer lose a tire, like two tires actually, off of Texaco, fly into our neighbor's yard, the house that is up along Texaco there, and smack the side of their house and leave a mark that can't come off. So I just want to kind of reiterate that the more trucks and big trucks, as the last person said, that we approve in our area, it just increases safety risks. And I thank the board and everyone on staff as well for doing their due diligence to do everything they can to optimize safety of folks here. So thank you.
Thanks, Ricky. Nancy, go ahead.
I have a question as far as training. Do you have any kind of training or rules of the road or something that people should follow? I also live on State Road. There are 3 really sharp right angle turns on that road. And those of us who travel that road know if you're a tractor trailer is coming toward you or a school bus or anything at one of those 3 turns, you stop and just wait for the bigger vehicle to have the right of way. But I can look out the windows of my house at one of those and they can, 2 tractor trailers cannot pass each other on those roads, on those turns. And I've seen them, play chicken, if you will, and like after you kind of thing. And it would seem to me that if I had your kind of operation, I would let people know to approach those 3 turns and do wait for the person to make the turn in front of you. I mean, is there some kind of an opportunity for you to suggest that?
You should mainly just tell them to avoid it till we get the road work done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It should be.
I mean, I can only speak for our company, and we do have very extensive training, and we hire, again, some of the best drivers in the industry. I mean, we have very high.
Well, I get it, but I'm
criteria.
saying if you don't know the road and you really don't, you would just go through it like you would any other road. And those roads, you have to stop.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what I can do for other companies.
No, but
and-
I'll just be responsible for
No,
your,
Yeah, our drivers, we continuously provide sustainment training and coaching and education on something like that. So, and if there's specific roads, like we were asked not to go on Hemp Road, we go out of route and we go the right routes that you want us to go.
well,
So,
good, don't go on state. There you go.
well, obviously, if a road is legal for our trucks,
It's legal, but
I
it's
need,
not
I need to
state.
I need to have some kind of a, an option or a suggestion that this road should be, reclassified or whatever. But just like I said, with Hemp Road, I believe
And Hemp is a different story because that's a township road, but this state road is a state road.
And so is Texaco on the
so-
west.
Yeah.
side.
yeah, and again, we can guide our drivers, but,
I mean, I would
we
just at
probably need-
least say, these are 3 dangerous intersections, approach with caution.
But one thing, when they built Traditions of America, the quarries on Locust Point Road, a lot of the truck drivers hauling material, aggregate, concrete, et cetera, would come up Locust Point, come in Texaco and make a right on Conhouse because it was quicker, but we had asked them not to. And I went into the scale house at the quarry. They actually put a sign up. I don't, some people will take the time to follow that, some won't. But they actually took the time and they notified their haulers that were either contracted or employee. You use, 641 to go that way. So we know you can't control what's outside your domain, but, and this is only temporary because like I said, the west side of Texaco Road, there's an S turn. We're looking at getting that mitigated, that it's not a safety issue, and the same with state, but it's gonna be maybe a 2, maybe at the most 3-year project. And I know it's gonna probably take you a year till you're up and running on this. So if you could work with us, that's all we're asking
Yeah,
for.
Yeah, I have no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'm not from this area, so,
Yeah.
I can have our local leadership work with you guys on whatever you would like to, kind of make suggestions on our roads, so.
I do have,
Yeah.
I do have one suggestion. Nancy lives 10 miles back, so you don't have to worry about her. But,
That's
but
fine.
on State Road, there's, some blind spots. Okay, I just want you to be aware of that. And in Traditions, we have people that are older and their perception isn't as good. So if you have trucks coming down State Road, down to Texaco Road, you're gonna have some blind spots there and could be some accidents. So I just want to caution you on that, and I know that should be one of the training things.
He lives 10 miles back too, so don't.
Okay, car wash coupons for all.
Scott,
Sounds good.
any other comments online? Okay. Any other input at this point from staff?
Mr. Chairman, I have one additional comment.
ahead.
I believe the applicant stated during his narrative that it was discussed that a post-construction transportation impact study could potentially be completed for this project. It should be noted that the identified use of the property is not specifically listed within the ITE manual or the trip generation manual. So it's our recommendation that at least there would be post-development traffic counts at a point agreed upon by Board of Supervisors and the applicant to confirm whatever was proposed within the traffic impact study is actually true in post-development counts.
Sean, that brings up a question. They have the proposed expansion for the future. If they ever add those, does that impact the impact at all in the future? Say it's 5 years down the road, whatever. If they add those, say 12 spots for the trucks and they increase their volume of trips, do we get any, anything out of that pertaining to the impact? Because I mean, that's like 25%.
Yeah, if it's not, if it doesn't come back to us in a land development plan, I don't think we get another crack at it, but you're about to step up and
Yeah,
maybe offer
I,
some.
I think we're
Yeah,
looking at this
okay.
as a long-term expansion, not something.
Yeah, that's
short-term.
what I'm saying.
So
If
it would be, I think what we've talked about with the staff and the engineers was that this would come back as another land development plan. We'd have to update a new traffic study. If that showed additional peak hour trips, additional fees would.
No,
be
that's
required.
fine.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to
that's
ask,
how we handle
you know,
it.
because if it was 1 or 2 spaces, it wouldn't be as bad, but it's like 25% of what you
Right.
have there. So,
Correct.
okay.
Supervisor Lanker, just to confirm, the applicant added a note to the plan stating prior to installing the future parking spaces, the developer shall revise the approved TIS if any additional improvements are required for mitigation.
That's fine. I'm happy.
Ms. Greenberg?
Victoria Greenberg. I'd just like to say that I think 2 things. Our son-in-law 20 years ago, for a year, drove for Sheets. He was amazed at how little training some of the people had. He was a tanker trucker from New York, relocated. I have witnessed people almost be killed on Texaco Road due to either crossing over the line, turning when they shouldn't. State Road, the same thing occurs. When Hempro was closed, they turned from 114, didn't stop at the red light, turned right on to Texaco Road. With cars sitting there waiting, and there was more traffic on Texaco due to the fact that Hemp Road was closed. So people were sitting there, an entire line of cars had to back up so that the first person, they didn't stop, they rolled right on through the red light on 114. Possibly no turn on red might help the situation a little bit with the flow of traffic coming off of Texaco, because you won't have backup of cars sitting there and a tractor trailer coming down, turning onto the corner, and just going into a line of traffic. You can't, but a flow of traffic will open it up a little bit. And training. I've seen them cross over the line on State Road. I've seen them go on a curve and not be able to handle it well. And I've also seen them turn into the depot on Texaco, unable to make the turn. Training might help.
Thanks, Victoria. Any other public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board then for movement on this agenda item.
I have a question for Sean. How would we word that if they're going back to their legal team about the potential for the well? Could we incorporate that into the motion and also the video documentation of people in the close, like, say 700 feet of the site in the event they do blasting, that they do video of the basement?
Yeah, you can incorporate that generally into the motion and just, if you were to make the motion conditioned, upon my approval of language, then I can work with their counsel on the
Pertaining
language.
to those items, okay.
Yeah.
So make it subject to approval from township solicitor, the agreement to those, or?
Yeah, that's good enough for our purposes tonight,
Okay.
because we're not going to sit here and hash out the
Okay.
details of the language right
Okay.
now.
Dave, the first one to ask Solicitor Schultz a question gets to make the motion, so.
Yeah, that's why I was asking here. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the COI SDS Joint Facility Mechanicsburg 2025-2 preliminary final land development subdivision plan for parcel ID 38 0567 154, address Texaco Road. Subject to all waivers 1, 2, 3, and 4 as listed on our agenda, and that the condition of the wells within a 700 feet from the property line, in the event of a catastrophic event, and video documentation of neighbors' foundations within, I would say, 700 feet of the property line in the event of blasting, and that to be subject to approval, the wording of those from the township solicitor.
Well done, Dave. We have a motion on the table for this. Very second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any, that motion carries, and then I'll look for a motion on the financial security establishment.
I'll move to approve.
Dave moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Nancy second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. That brings us to the next item under subdivision and land development. We have a final subdivision plan for 109 and 111 Stephen Drive. This is looks like we do have a representative. Come on up.
Good evening, board members. My name is Chris Hoover with Hoover Engineering, representing the plan before you this evening. It's good to be back in front of you. It's been a few years.
Good seeing you, Chris.
Plan you had before you was a very minor subdivision.
Yep.
Property line adjustment. As part of closing out the West Haver Estates subdivision plan and setting all the property corner monumentation, it was discovered that one of the homes was built too close to the property line, encroaching into the side yard setback. So we had to move that property line slightly, a couple of feet, in order to get that house back into compliance. And that's what the plan is before you this evening. We are asking for one waiver for something that's usually required for a much more complicated plan, the ERSA type of planning, which deals with environmental resources and those types of things. We're not affecting any of those. That being said, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Hoover. Questions?
I don't have any questions.
JJ, do you see anything on that?
Nope, nothing to add. Our comments are only administrative in nature.
Okay.
I'll look for a motion with the waiver.
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary development plan with proposed waivers as presented.
I want to apologize if I missed a comment, sir. You can come up.
Know what this waiver was? Because I'm 109. It was a minor waiver or something?
Yeah,
like that?
Chris, do you want to just?
Resources and site analysis.
Right. Essentially, when you do a subdivision plan, the township ordinances require you to provide additional information if your plan is complicated enough, affecting things such as environmental resources, adjacent streams, things like that. Because we're obviously not doing anything like that, we're asking for that waiver.
Okay, all right, then there's a motion on the table from Nancy. Do we have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, that motion carries.
Thanks, Chris. Good seeing you, Chris.
She does in between votes.
Huh?
It's just when she comes off the vote.
Oh.
Yeah. That was both. Yep. Okay, next is North Locust Point Road, Lot 4 waiver requests. This is a stormwater facility within the easement. Sir?
Yeah, Grant Marshall with Marshall Engineering. Yeah, we're requesting, the stormwater plan was approved, back 4 or 5 months ago. And, during the construction period, on the original plan, the electric line was shown adjacent to the driveway. Unfortunately, PP&L went out and they didn't agree with that location. They had to go to a different utility pole. And when they ran when the line was run, it just clipped the stormwater base, the berm. And so we're asking for a waiver. The owner has agreed that if there would be any future disturbance of the berm, he would repair it within 24 hours. It's disturbance as it relates to the electric line going underneath the berm. So we asking for a waiver for that, and HRG did review it, and they also recommended approval.
Okay, thanks, Grant.
Yep.
Any comments or questions? JJ, any comments?
Yeah, I agree with the applicant's narrative. PP&L doesn't necessarily take into account where stormwater facilities are located. And they, put the lines where they want to. But where the line is located, where it crosses the berm, the height of the berm, where it crosses is or below, higher than the emergency spillway. So whenever a larger storm comes, the level of the water within the facility will dewater to a point below where it is in the berm. So it won't necessarily receive a lot of water intrusion through the berm or infiltration at that area. So it would limit impact to the line, if any.
Got it. All right. Anything from the board? Dave?
Is there going to be appropriate cover over the underground facilities?
It's above, as far as the infiltration
Yeah.
area, everything is above ground.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Okay. No, I'm fine.
Any other comment?
Just for clarity on the waiver, I believe it's for utilities within a stormwater easement. The stormwater facilities within the easement is already there. It's for the electrical utility within the easement.
Yeah, no other
Yep.
encroachments or.
You're just saying the way it's worded on.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve waiver request for North Locust Point Road parcel number 38-06-0015-007.
Supervisor Blanker moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Harry second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Thanks, Grant. Waterford Square, lots 4 through 7. This is construction modification, sir.
Yes, good evening, Tom Godfrey with Dowwood Engineering. Essentially, the plan that was before or submitted was in regard to reducing the excess number of parking spaces that were approved on the land development plan for Lot 1, the Building C construction, which is currently under construction. If you recall, or if you can see, the parking lot to the left there, the lot to the west is Lot 1. Essentially, row of parking along the western edge, and to the northern portion is to be eliminated, or is proposed to be eliminated as part of this. That lot currently has 91 spaces, which is in excess of the requirement by significant amount. I think the requirement's 58 for that lot. The original land development plan was approved for a dental use, which was actually a 2-story building. This was modified to a multi-use and approved about a year and a half ago. It's under construction now. So the request is to, one, remove some of that excess parking to go from 91 down to 68, which is still 10 in excess of what is required by ordinance for that parking lot. There are a few other things there that will also reduce the percentage of impervious cover. We had done those just in coordination with staff, but they had recommended that we come to you to reduce the number of parking spaces. That's the general gist of what's proposed there. If you have any questions, I'd be willing to answer those.
Thanks, Tom. Questions for Tom? Anything from staff?
The only thing to add is the applicant agreed to reserve that area where the parking was supposed to be as undeveloped land for future parking if the use were changed in the future.
Okay. For a motion then?
I'll make a motion that we approve the construction modification parcel ID 38-07-0461-276 Waterfront Square. 7.
Dave moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Yeah, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Thanks, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you.
Waterford Square, Lot 1, Silver Scope, have a waiver request. Thanks for sticking in with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, board. Stavros Katsifis, owner of 25 Waterford Square, along with my father, Silver Scoop. So our waiver essentially is asking to move the location of our previously approved outdoor advertising sign to a new location. And the waiver would be to shift it basically from an area that would be behind trees. Due to the nature of the shape of our property, it's an odd boot shape, and there's only one location that would allow a sign. And so rather than taking out these trees, which we believe would be a bit of a undue hardship on us and certainly the neighbors there, as you could see on the plans, is there a laser or something, Scott? Maybe you can. Go to the last page there. Right. So this is the block of trees, and the sign would be placed, I believe, somewhere in this area. The current one. We're looking to move it up north on the plans up to this edge of the property, 25 feet away from that border of the property. So essentially, our case is that rather than removing these trees and basically opening up visibility and sound to our neighbor right here, opening up all the sound from the Carlisle Pike, we'd love to keep those trees in place and move that sign. We believe that keeping those trees there will help with the drainage. It is a drainage easement, which is why that is the only current spot, why we're asking for the waiver. We believe that taking out those mature trees would impede that natural drainage and the ability to kind of promote strong natural barriers to water flow. We certainly think that the safety and welfare of our neighbors would be reduced by taking out those trees. Certainly, we are planting over 55 trees in accordance to the township ordinance that you could see kind of here and here. And so I think leaving those trees in place and not approving this waiver would be a direct detriment as well. I mean, we're planting all those trees. Why not leave the ones that are already in place in place? And certainly our sign is small enough that it will be up on the berm there. It won't be in any storm water. It won't actually be in the basin. And so we do believe that it won't have any impact on the stormwater management.
Will you be able to see that sign from the Carlisle Pike?
In the new location, yes. In its prior location down here, it would be blocked by the trees and would not be functionally, it would be pointless to have the sign there. There's no visibility. You might have some coming from CV High School down the pike, but certainly coming from the Carlisle side, you won't have any visibility. It'll be blocked in its current location.
Right.
Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Accessibility say you have a company come in to do maintenance on the sign, we've had a lot of rain, that area is wet. They're gonna have to be off-road to do their maintenance to the sign, correct? So
Yeah.
have you talked to them, with that being a stormwater facility and the water concentrated there, you might have issues at times with them getting in if they need a truck with a bucket or something to do work. Have you talked to the sign company about that? I just want to make you aware. I mean, I'm sure, hopefully you thought of.
They're well aware of how the property is set up, so we have talked about not specifically doing maintenance in the future, but they are doing the trenching, and they've come out and looked at how their trucks can navigate getting up there.
To do
So
the
they have
future work, yeah.
for yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
my concern,
Yeah.
like, there's gonna be times that's wet, and for them to get a truck in there might be a challenge.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they'll enter kind of through this part of the property here, and then all up in here is kind of the lowest point. But as you get towards the Carlisle Pike, it does go up in elevation. So the sign will not be low. It will be at
Up on the berm.
some of the highest points on that berm. It'll be proposed, or what we'd like to get is right there.
Okay.
And so that's 25 feet from the perimeter of this edge of the property and past on our sign of sign setbacks from the Carlisle Pike side.
I just wanted to make, to,
Yeah, it shouldn't be too wet,
Okay.
but because it's up on the berm.
okay, that's fine. I do want to say, I think I told you before, I get a ton of people saying, I hope they have food there. I think you would do a good job and excel in sales there. A lot of people are hoping that you do like the diner food there. I keep telling you, I hear it from a lot of
We hear it
people.
too.
Yeah, so,
Dave's suggesting you take ice cream and coffee off the sign.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just,
maybe we'll adjust that a little bit.
I'm just saying, like.
And more. right?
I-
So-
Yeah,
hope-
dot.
I'm just letting you know, like, people say, hey, if they come in, let them know, man, we really need a diner up here. We need, like, with all the businesses, plus there is starting to be significant amount of residential homes. I just
Yeah.
wanted to relay it. I
It's-
promised them I would.
It's maybe on the 10-year, 5 to 10-year
Okay.
vision plan, but Dad's flipped more than enough eggs for many lifetimes. So I don't know if he wants to go down that route right now.
Dave's looking for a part-time job.
Oh yeah, we need some help for sure.
JJ, did you guys look at this? I guess what it boils down to for me, is there any effect on the function of the stormwater facility?
No, this is a similar waiver request to the previous one. There's also an electrical line going through the easement as well, but that was identified on the original plan. But no, I don't believe the sign would have a significant effect, if any, on the stormwater facility itself. As the applicant mentioned, it's higher up on the berm. So stormwater should rarely, if ever, reach that height.
And all their, the facilities that feed the electric will stay on their property, correct? Okay, yeah, that's all I care about there.
Any other comments or questions?
There's also the construction mod for this. So there's two things. There's the waiver for the sign and also the construction mod for the PPL on the front.
Got it.
So
Okay,
just FYI, it's a double motion. And
I
then
see it.
also the waiver is for putting a structure in an easemented area, right? It's not just about, it's in a stormwater, it's the easemented area, which we've had before. So just, it's not usually given by the board. So just FYI.
Let's clarify the construction modification.
Yeah, I can speak on that.
Oh, that's in addition to, go ahead.
Yeah, so
Total different side of the problem.
yeah, on the
Okay.
plan west side of the property, the original land development plan showed the electrical line in one location, and the applicant was proposing two alternative locations that PP&L provided. We provided comments stating that the plan south electrical line location would be the preferred one. That includes an installation of a new utility pole and then trenching it on the southern side of the parking area. And that is mainly to avoid crossing existing stormwater facilities.
Okay, thank you, JJ. All right, I'll look for a motion with no other comments or questions.
Make a motion to approve the proposed waiver I'm sorry, proposed waiver request, construction modification as presented.
Nancy moved. Do I have a
Second.
second? Dave second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Thanks for coming in, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Dave's ready to work part-time.
Hey, Harry, you seem like you got a lot of energy. Maybe you could go down there.
AJ and I'll go over.
I have a property up near there we're gonna be working on, so if it opens up and like, it'd be nice for us to stop when we're working.
And our
there.
ambulance people are all anxious for you
Yeah.
to come. They're right across the street. I mean, everybody is looking for,
Stubbs' father's here. He told me he's handled what, about 437,000 eggs in your lifetime? Look at that.
You could be like McDonald's and have on the sign, 2 million eggs and counting.
That's a great idea, Dave.
Did you work on Cameron Street? You were there. Okay. I used to go there in the 70s. I could tell you stories.
please stop.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That'll take us to sewer authority
Yeah.
expansion project.
Yeah, so all we wanted to do is let the board know that, we're gonna waive requiring the sewer authority to post an $86,609 financial security, given that they're a township utility. We didn't see a need for them to have to do that. So we just wanted the board to be aware, and we just wanted the board to be aware, and that's it.
Do we have to make a motion? Cause it shows a motion on the.
Just to approve that you're okay with us not requiring them to put the financial security up.
Look for a
To approve.
motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Harry second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any, that motion carries. New business, we have PennDOT indemnification request for Route 114 in Texaco. I think we have representative this evening. Come on up.
Evening, Mr. Chairman,
How are you?
Board, Kurt Williams from Salzman Hughes, and Costco. And first, I'd like to express appreciativeness of Costco for the after hours work approval that you gave earlier tonight. And in general, the cooperation with the township has been very good. And when I hear Ray's been out to the construction site and talking to the foreman, but that's great. That's a good thing. So we appreciate that. So the issue is the indemnification. I don't know how much the board knows about this topic yet, but Texaco and 114. Scott, do you have a aerial of that intersection? Oh, by the way, with me tonight is Renee Rutherford. She's a project manager with Costco, and Rob Nuss, our traffic engineer. I can give you the broad brushes of the traffic, but if you want to drill down and get in the weeds on it.
Keep it broad. We do have a brief on it already. So
Rob is our
yeah.
guy.
Yeah. Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah.
So northbound on Hoagstown Road, there is an existing 75-foot turn lane. PennDOT is requiring that turn lane be extended to 225 feet total length. The origin of that comes from the HSS development TIS, which they did their TIS first. The Costco TIS came later. But Costco is building its buildings first. So it's kind of like things were put in reverse here. There is already an existing problem on northbound 114, not for turning, but for the long queuing in the northbound lane. And I think it extends up to 400 feet in the morning, blocking turning or accessing that existing 75-foot turn lane. So by lengthening the amount of the length of the turn lane, it allows more vehicles to access the turn lane to turn left on the Texaco. So bottom line, there's an existing issue there. And the Costco contribution to that lengthening of that turn lane amounts to 15 feet. This is 1.7 miles away from the Costco site. Our contribution is 15 feet of it, which is basically one car length. So I'm here tonight to express Costco's desire for the board to recognize that this road work here, Costco is agreeing to do it. Okay. But it's remote enough, both in distance and in functionality, that Costco does not want to be responsible to indemnify the township, which is in turn indemnifying PennDOT. Why are you indemnifying PennDOT? Because PennDOT loves to lay the liability off on everybody that they can find. And because the applicant for this HOP, because it's so far away from our site, the applicant for this HOP is the township. So the township is the applicant. That's who PennDOT is going to look to for the indemnification. I summarized it correctly, Sean?
That's a fair summary. And it's a 6-year indemnification
Six-
against claims under the eminent domain code
And from two
from two
properties.
properties.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There actually isn't a taking place,
Right.
but, and there's no turn restrictions being enforced on the two properties that we're talking about that would be part of the indemnity. It's only that there's a center turn lane being added and it creates somewhat of a traffic hazard, even though the space is still there in the middle of the road. And if someone wants to make a left-hand turn, they still can. They should just probably do it a little more carefully.
I'm just curious, how far would it be to end it just before those houses, just for perspective? So, right, so is it 150 roughly, or?
Yeah, it's being extended
Right, but-
150.
No, oh, I'm sorry.
There's
But
currently one.
but let's say
there.
you stop before the houses, how far would that have extended
It
it?
doesn't get you very far.
Not far, okay, good.
No, I think I'm right. It
I'm not
doesn't,
suggesting we do that. I'm just saying this is a PennDOT mandate on one hand and then on the other hand, right?
yeah, once we go past 75 feet, I
Right.
think you're in front of those,
Got it, okay.
those two, and they're across the street from each other.
John, I thought we were told that this did entail restricted turns out of those driveways.
I think that's what the preference was, and I wasn't part of all those discussions, but I'm not sure who might,
But-
whether JJ or Scott might be able to.
Yeah, I
address.
think the conversation we had with KCI was right in, right out kind of mentality or design.
Preference.
Correct?
So yeah, just to clarify, PennDOT would want those to be right in, right out. We as Costco, anybody developer, we can't force that. So we then go to those property owners, we ask them, hey, would you accept a right in, right out? The response is no, we can't force it. Then PennDOT says, well, we can't force them either because it's not our project. And that's where this whole process leads us to.
But when this turn lane's extended and PennDOT does any project there or anybody else, with that being extended, can that force the hand that there is a left turn restriction or not?
I'm not following the question.
Like
I think if additional work is done in the future, PennDOT may,
post those driveways is.
they could, yeah,
Okay.
they could put a concrete median up. If they want
Yes.
to.
Yes, PennDOT
If-
can do that.
Yeah, so if that occurs, who's responsible? Because I know at that point, they have to be posted, no left turn in, no right, left turn out. Those driveways, and they have to put signs that meet, PennDOT specification. Who's responsible to maintain them? And the property owner themselves, or who?
Not sure.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that one either. Yeah. It might be, yeah, I'm not sure.
My understanding from our conversations for the township, it would be added to our signal permit that we have, and it would be our responsibility for signage to maintain.
Because we're the applicant on the HOP permit.
Correct.
For the original traffic signal.
That's
okay.
correct, Dave.
Yeah, it would be updated on the traffic permit. That's my understanding from the conversation with PennDOT.
I have a question, Kurt. Rob knows I helped them out there with some property owners that that were, they're not cooperative, and I think you got is there any way there could be any compensation that for those people? You know, some sort of monetary, eh, because ultimately it's going to impact them. There's probably going to be times they're forced to go right. Is there anything that can be done to maybe try to make them somewhat whole in that situation?
Yeah. My client is not opposed to that. It's a matter of finding where that amount is and timing. The improvements at this intersection are tied to the store's opening.
Okay.
So we have now a month and a half between right now and say October 15th, when people are not going to be paving anymore. And that creates a timing issue.
The one person is the same person I helped you with, right?
No.
Or is it the ones immediately to the north?
Yeah, it's the one immediately.
Okay. Maybe staff and I'm off work right now for the next few weeks. If we could get a meeting with them with the fact that like I'm right in that immediate area and it isn't like somebody that's not there talking to them. We can maybe facilitate a meeting and try to see what we could do there. I know that the problem's even gonna be worse when Hemp does their part of the intersection. I'm not saying you guys have a lot of skin in the game, but
We do have some.
kind of some and
And Costco is not opposed, we're doing
Yeah.
the work.
yeah,
You know, even though we're, like I said, 15 feet,
Yeah.
HSS is probably a similar amount. There is an existing problem there,
Yeah.
but we're here, we're not going anywhere. We want to do this work. The timing of our opening becomes the issue. And here's my suggested resolution to that is the township's already holding financial security to make sure this work gets done, whether it's before our opening or next spring when we can pave again. And so to piggyback on Dave's suggestion, if the township is willing to say, Costco, you can open your store this fall yet without that turn lane being extended, we will work to talk to those landowners and try and make a financial deal with them that they sign. So nobody has to indemnify PennDOT against those two properties for this particular work.
When were you when were you planning to do that work?
Well, I would
Yeah.
love to start it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
and
I'm
timing is-
I'm hesitant of bumping it and now we're into next June and July and August, right? Like
Well,
I'm really nervous about that.
but I do have a question. When's Hemp planning on doing their
I was
work?
going to ask Rob to talk about that.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it could be all done at once instead of doing a little and then coming.
So we're already doing that. So what Costco is doing, the improvement that they're doing in Texaco includes the HSS improvement as well.
So it's
So they
all-
were going to do everything.
Okay, yeah, that,
Now, if you look back at the traffic studies, if HSS wasn't around and Costco did theirs all by themselves, we wouldn't be touching this intersection. But because of all that traffic, and this was brought up before, you know, the Sheets, transfer station,
Yeah.
whatever, you know, they took advantage of that. They're taking this part of this intersection, that left turn lane helps them. So it's helping everybody out. Costco is going all of it, but like Kurt's saying, the timing. We're not going to get to Hemp Road with HSS till next year sometime. Their warehouses probably open up next summer sometime. So I think we do have that time component available because Costco by themselves really don't trigger this intersection.
how much time do you need, Kurt? If we did a meeting with them in the next couple weeks, tried to line something, like is,
Weeks, why not in a
Why-
couple days?
well, the holidays coming here.
Well, still, that's one day.
Like if you could get the following week, even right after the holiday, that would be in the next week. Maybe we can.
So I guess-
Can we just clarify? I just want to understand something. Are we suggesting to wait to do that work? Wouldn't we want to get that work done now? So that we can handle the additional traffic for Costco?
But if
Right,
if this work was being done just
I'm not-
as a Costco store, it wouldn't even be true.
I'm not questioning that.
Okay.
But what's in front of us is a 225-foot lane that's deemed necessary to get done.
Well, what's in front of you is whether Costco is gonna indemnify the township.
Yeah.
Because of traffic work that's being done that we're really not triggering being responsible for. We're doing the work, paying for the work to be done, which I think is great. But now on top of that, you're asking us to indemnify these two, the township and again, PennDOT. We're gonna do the work. We'd love to start the work tomorrow. But the issue on the agenda is whether Costco is gonna be responsible to indemnify the township, who in turn is indemnifying PennDOT.
And just to add to that, in order to start the work, we need a permit from PennDOT. We can't get that permit from PennDOT until Silver Spring Township, whoever indemnifies them. That process is gonna take, even after, say we agree tonight, we're gonna do it. For for you guys to run that through the courthouse, that's several weeks to get that done.
And the construction season is,
Small.
the door's closing
Yeah.
on it. I mean,
And then just going back to the other point, Ray, so we did a study, again, not, the board probably heard this whole story, but when we did the Costco, or we did the HSS first, this improvement came along. Costco came in, we had to, add on the Costco trips to HSS, still doing the exact same improvement over here. Costco decides to go faster than HSS. We did a traffic study for them, only Costco traffic, no HSS traffic, did not trigger this intersection. Staff plus PennDOT said, well, that's not really quite fair because HSS is going to open up something before Costco, which is not the case. We added their warehouses back in. The warehouses and Costco trigger this intersection, not Costco by itself.
It's already failing. How didn't Costco trigger?
It's not, so level service is B. Your
Okay.
level service here is B. So,
I thought I heard existing problem that.
well, the
there's
existing
peak
problem
time.
is not normally when we extend left turn lanes, it's because the queue in the left turn lane is backing out onto the through lane. This is the opposite. The left turn lane actually it doesn't stack up there. It's a through lane that blocks the left turn lane.
well, that and there's no arrow, dedicated arrow,
Correct.
that's making that service for that
You're saying people
intersection.
can't get
worse.
into that lane.
Right, so you can't
Yeah.
get into that lane, so you have what we call underused capacity, so that, no one can go if no one's there. So that through lane blocks that left turn lane, so we want to make it longer so people would actually get into that through lane. So it's not a capacity problem because we are level service B. It's not really a safety problem, it's just a better intersection to do it this
Got it.
way. Better.
How can we get to work on that and work with these two residents? Can we make both happen?
I think you can, but I don't think you can do it in a month. I think that's the
Yeah.
problem. Yeah, so that's going back to what you.
And we're gonna be at their timetable too. How much do they wanna review it? How much do they wanna think about it? And the window is closing.
Mhm.
There's no safety risk in delaying the work till the spring.
Carl,
It's a further stacking risk. Yeah,
but Carl,
I just don't like delaying and then something happens and we delay it and then.
well, firsthand there, like where the cars are queuing is straight traffic. I don't think the left turn lane, it actually, once that arrow's in and hopefully Friday, we're having a discussion on that. If that arrow's in,
Well, the arrow is part of this project.
yeah, but
The arrow's coming in with the Costco's work.
I thought it was HSS work.
Well,
Costco is doing HSS work for them on their behalf.
Which underscores my
Yeah.
point that I feel it's a little unfair that Costco is being asked to indemnify this whole thing.
I don't disagree.
That's,
Sean, one quick thing. It's Scott. I'm talking over here. I'm right here. Take it. So the first thing, we're not holding financial security on this. PennDOT's holding financial security on this. It's a PennDOT project. So a part of the agreement, if there was such agreement, we're not holding any financial security to this. The township isn't, just so the board's aware.
PennDOT is.
Yes, because we can't double dip, right? No, you're good. I just want the board aware that if there was a consideration of moving this down the line, we actually have no financial stake in that.
I misspoke.
No, I agree with you, Carl.
that's
If
all.
that, if it was the left turn lane failing, I'd say.
Well, in a sense it is. If you can't get to it, it's,
Yeah,
right?
but extending that really, the only times there's failure there are probably an hour in the morning.
I agree. I
And
go
an hour
through
in
that
the
turn
evening.
fairly often and
Well,
I
add,
don't have
add
the
cost,
thinking
add
that-
Costco traffic.
Okay, but I'm glad you mentioned an hour in the morning, Costco's not open.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're also, we're building the solution for many developments, but really not Costco's. But we're willing to build it. So I think that's the difference here. I agree with what you're saying, that left turn lane, you sit in the through lane with all the other through traffic. That's why Carl's saying sorry, David, Supervisor Lanker, sorry, is saying it's not a safety problem because when you're stacking that through lane, you're not blocking anybody else. You just can't get where you want to go yet. So it's
And actually, the road's widened even though there's not a turn lane there and people utilize that. So I don't think you're actually gonna gain. Trust me, like I see it firsthand every day.
I just want to share, I was traveling west on Wurtsville by the Blue Ridge Elementary School. I was behind 3 cars and a dump truck trying to get to the transfer station. Car behind me passes all 5 of us. So I'm just saying, it can very well be a safety issue depending on who's behind the wheel, right?
Can't
So-
litigate
But that,
stupidity.
yeah,
No,
exactly.
I know.
And if we extend that, they're gonna go back farther to do that, even though, but I agree with you, Carl. If I seen that, I think like there's an hour in the morning and the evening, the peak time, and they still have, there's a painted median there that a lot of people utilize. So the main problem we have with that intersection is timing for people going straight, either westbound or
You
eastbound.
can't go straight. What do you mean?
No, going through the light, the Woods Drive light.
Oh, on Texaco, I thought you meant.
No, I'm talking on 114, the cars queue there because it's a capacity issue with going through the Woods Drive lights changing. That's where you end up with problems, and that's why the cars queue going straight, on that intersection at Texaco, because sometimes they can't get through the other light. So,
The only time you're gonna really have a problem, you say it's open at 10 o'clock. Goes is Saturday. A lot of cars coming through Mechanicsburg, and that's where problem.
So-
what are you proposing, Kurt? Like, if the work that you have to do, how much of it's predicated upon the state manual with the October 31st cutoff? How much is there how much paving work, any?
I don't
It's
have.
restriping.
The whole that's the job. There's mostly paving at that intersection.
And that's all gonna be wearing surface then and that's, that's October 31st and you're at the mercy of.
Contractors are
PennDOT.
already backed up because it's been so wet and now they're finished trying to get jobs done in the next 2 months.
So we wouldn't have to do an indemnification because we wouldn't do the construction project.
They have to approve this to get this state to approve.
Well,
That's-
Right.
it wouldn't, if
may
we're
change.
successful with these 2 landowners, there wouldn't be an indemnification necessary from anybody.
That's why we ought to have a meeting with them. And I think, one way or another, the traffic's gonna be there. They might as well get something financially out of it to get them to sign. That's ultimately, we worked that deal with the neighbor due south.
Right,
Yeah.
the traffic, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Whether they're there or not, whether they get anything or not. So I hope that they're amenable because they're gonna live with this no matter what.
Yeah. I think if they hear that,
What would ultimately they agree to? They would indemnify?
They're not gonna sue PennDOT
Right.
or the township or us.
It's, they provide releases.
Yeah, okay,
Or they could agree to a right in, right out.
yeah.
And then that would solve the problem.
Got it.
Yeah, or we could pay them for the right in, right out. Oh,
Or pay them for the indemnification.
Who among us would ever do that?
Do what?
Have a right in, right out of your driveway?
if you get paid enough, you might want it.
Well, it would.
Well,
Needs a lot of
functionally,
gas.
functionally, it's probably gonna behave like that anyway, right?
I know the folks on the east side, when we talked to them, they pretty much said they don't turn left unless it's off peak. They actually use their neighbor's front yard to drive down to Pencil to get out. So they're already doing that, so I don't think it's a stretch. The other side's an apartment complex, so I'm not sure about that. Or not a complex, but he's renting those properties.
You mean back by the hair salon?
Can't read that far.
Yeah.
See, the
No.
traffic don't queue that far back.
Yeah, not that far, Scott. If you're, it's this, be the. Nope, it's the west side of the intersection, right there. Yep, one north of there.
That shouldn't be apartments. That's a single family
Oh, I guess
home.
he's renting it out.
Yeah, okay, all right. I was
Yeah,
just gonna
yeah,
say
he's
that.
renting it out,
Confused
yes.
me.
So you
Yeah.
don't, wouldn't be talking to the tenant, you'd
It's
be
a
talking.
landlord, yeah, and
The
which,
owner.
yeah.
I have to talk to the owner of the property.
Right, and then he had to sign off on the agreement so far, which he did, but he also said, I don't want the right in, right out. So that was before the township, and Costco and everybody talked to them about it.
So, yeah, we're willing to talk to those landowners and see if we can strike a deal. I'm pretty confident that we could. But that's realistically, that's not happening. That's not gonna be finalized. We need to either start ASAP on the work because of the,
So if we could make a
trigger.
motion pending you talking to those people or
Getting signed agreements.
well, all we would need is to defer this work. I'm sorry, I'll start over. Not mandate the opening of the store based on this work being done.
right.
Am I probably saying that correctly?
That works.
Yeah.
But what happens, Sean, then if say one property owner signs and the other one don't? Then it would just turn into somebody'd have to indemnify.
If you have one of those two property owners who won't release, liability, PennDOT's going to require that indemnification.
Indemnification.
Yeah.
At least it's 50% of the original theoretically.
You've cut your risk in half.
Yeah.
I think the guy that owns the rental property is probably gonna take the cash.
I would think so too.
And there's two properties there though. Who's the second one?
Second one's on the other side of the street.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
Pretty reasonable when I talk to him.
Yeah, yeah. And their houses.
431 and 430.
Okay. Yeah, I think with them, if there's cash offer, I think they might, what I know about them, I don't want to guarantee you, but I think they'd be willing to
I
listen.
think with your help and some, I think we could make it work. It's just timing.
Should I add this to Rob's bill for the other guy? It took me 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to talk that guy into it.
Well, what about you could talk to him tomorrow, right, or Friday?
Yeah, well, we'd have to have we should have a meeting in here with them, with people.
Well,
involved.
it's still Thursday or Friday, this could get done.
Well, I don't know if we can get a meeting that quick with the property owners.
Go knock on the door. Come on, Dave.
So just to play that out for you, if we would meet Friday and they'd agree, till that goes back to PennDOT, they get 30 days to review a permit. So that's going to be a permanent amendment. That means they're not getting its approval to early October. That really puts it.
You only got 4 weeks. Yeah.
This whole delaying.
I get that, and you want to open the store and we have to make that part of the motion, right? I mean, does somebody spell it out and.
To be clear, you guys would be working with the resident because I'm not, I'm not shopping with your
No,
money.
but I think we should,
No,
do
I'm just
it-
being
Yeah,
candid.
we should do it.
It's their
here,
money,
though.
it's not
Jay's
our
gonna make
money.
an introduction.
I got it,
and we-
okay.
And that's.
Totally get that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think we should. do
We're
it
not gonna
here.
go and start negotiating
Okay.
someone else's
No,
money.
but I think we should be listening to it so we hear firsthand.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get- That's,
yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's all right.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
No shopping for you.
I mean, if you.
I will in
other than the
October.
The 10th of September, like if you guys can get a meeting set up, I'm not I'm not able to work. So I'm available for the most part. So if you need to have me there, I mean, I'm a few doors down. So it isn't like somebody from another part of the township,
Mhm,
you know, and just try to see if we can help mediate it to facilitate them in the.
You facilitating and making the introductions would be great. That's what we need. So I think we're back to, I would appreciate a motion from the board to not require the 114 and Texaco Road improvements to be required prior to Costco opening.
I will make that motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Before we do it, why can't we indemnify, get the work done, and then if and when the property owners agree, then we release that indemnification, right?
Yeah. Or make the motion.
I don't want to be managing this next August. We have so many other priorities. I want to see this work done as it was scheduled.
Carl, what about if we put a 30-day schedule or 20 days on the motion for us to get for them to get it worked out with the residents, and then after that, it would.
Either way, they have to start work tomorrow, basically.
I think it's the start work that the crunch time is. It's kind of a now this year, now.
PennDOT approval, then work. So
That's right. And
Right.
again, I don't want to approve till I'm gonna say Silver Spring.
But if the work doesn't get done, we still want them to be able to open on the 15th of October.
Right, because
thereabouts.
there's the potential that you sign the indemnification tomorrow and PennDOT takes long enough that the work is unable to get done by.
we're looking at a better situation if the permit goes in tomorrow.
Sure,
We're looking
yeah,
at a
but
much
there's not a
better
guarantee.
It's not guaranteed, but it's better.
Right, we kind of have to.
Okay.
Even in December,
Okay.
you don't forget.
This is PennDOT.
Myself.
This is-
I'd rather indemnify.
We can
Yeah.
grant, that's the hard part, PennDOT, you know, it's wearing surface. If it was base, they'd probably let you do it, but if it's wearing surface, they're not gonna
Yeah.
give in. And if we get a rainy month, that pushes the contractor back and then it pushes them farther. That's where.
The other reason I think I'm gonna jump on Carl's theme. We're also gonna sometime next year, we'll just say, hopefully right after school closes, we're gonna be putting a roundabout in on Fry. And then we're gonna then have this Texaco project. And I will tell you, when we had hemp, it just creates a closure. And I don't know if we want to have two construction projects of that magnitude at the same time. I'm just being candid.
Well, that's just a paving, this is strictly paving, right? There's not,
It's a little bit of widening on the west side, but otherwise it's paving, yeah.
But there is widening. There's gonna be flaggers.
Yep.
It's not, I want to be clear.
But they could do some portion of it. They could do it till they couldn't get the,
Yeah, I'm
could
not
start
going to
it.
speak for Kurt, but I'm going to say it for Kurt. If tonight, for some reason, the board made the choice to indemnify, and tomorrow we sign that, you could get that project done before you open, correct? That's what I thought.
99% sure of that.
That's what I thought.
okay,
but
so
we still need to get the people in here, cause then
But we're-
that could be
We
retrieved.
can still do the introduction and then let Costco discuss that with the residents.
then we can retract.
How's that?
But we can retract that even if we sign, if you get that from them, then that won't change the permit from PennDOT, right?
If we can get them, the PennDOT, the permit from PennDOT won't change, but if we get them to sign a release, then the indemnity doesn't mean anything anymore.
It's a moot.
It's
indefinite.
Yeah, but I worry once we grant that, if you have less leverage to work with the residents.
That's what Ray and I were whispering over here.
Yeah. Good faith, right, Kurt?
Yeah.
Well,
Kurt,
if we're
I
talking
know you a
about,
long time.
We can
but
make-
Dude, I won't.
well, either way, we're allowing the store to open. I don't know who leverage who, the residents or?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you that you're gonna have a roundabout next year in May, and then we're gonna have a destruction, and let's just say it's a 30-day, it's a lot of disruption at the same time. It is. What? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Two teenage drivers, that's a disaster waiting to happen. All the Keats trucks coming through.
Worst case
Chairman,
scenario, you get the road widening done this fall.
Right.
And the paving.
Right.
Yeah, you can do the
overlays
paving
in
next year.
spring. That will not.
That's
cause
not a
any-
big disruption.
No.
You're absolutely correct, Dave.
No, that's like, so the road widening is the biggest part. After that,
Correct.
you have.
They can mark it and do the widening, and then if they had to next year, do a wearing on it.
Striping, and then in spring, you do the overlay.
Yeah.
And if it's just halfway done and somebody passes Carl and 5 other cars in the middle, they're not gonna be able to go as fast.
I'm just going to say this because, so I can say that I've said it. To the leverage who question. It's not the residents so much, right? And it's not that I don't trust the good faith of those that I know here on behalf of the company that has a $400 billion market cap. But the leverage would be on, Costco ensuring that good faith, that they're going to put some money forward, on this. So that's right. That's your risk, that they could, not suggesting, Kurt, certainly that you would ever do this, right? And stand here and say what you've said and then
I
do
gotta
this.
come
but-
back here again and again.
Right. That's the issue, right?
Some of us have your cell number.
I've been coming here for 20 years, so I intend to keep coming back.
I threatened Kurt that I was going to make us talk about data centers before I allowed him up here, so.
But I still stayed,
You still say?
stayed.
Say, okay.
Yeah, I just want those people to be made whole if we can work something financial out, because they're gonna be impacted.
Yep.
And that's why I made sure a representative from the company was here, so that,
She's keeping her head down that way.
You never met him before in your life, right? I don't know this guy.
so that, she would hear all of this discussion, and what Dave is suggesting, what we're talking about now, really does accomplish something good for Costco, in that we know and as a public company, that's very important, to know what their liability is going to be and not an open-ended thing. If we can limit the liability by compensating the 2 landowners, that's a good deal for Costco.
Right.
Trust me, that's a good deal for them. They will take it and run. We'll make it work.
I think it'll go good too. They'll tell people, hey, look, we were impacted, but they made good on it.
They want to be,
Good neighbors.
from in-house counsel to other development people in the company, they want to be fair, but the unlimited liability of an open indemnity, if you will, as a public company, doesn't sit well with them. They're self-insured. So it's not like they can go out and buy an insurance policy to make this go away on their books. So if they can limit their liability by getting a release, they will do that. Yep.
It's still a conundrum because you're asking us to release tonight and then, yeah, we're gonna have to condition it somehow.
Carl, can I speak?
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I'm not crazy about the indemnification. I like the idea of allowing Costco to go ahead and do the widening this year and then do the paving next year. I don't have a problem with that. That's just my opinion weighing in.
Okay, thanks, Laura. What's important to me is this work is completed in time for the opening. do also value the two properties affected. I don't know, that's just, to me, the priority is completing the work. I just put that out there.
Yeah, just to address what Supervisor Brown suggested, we'd still need the indemnification under that scenario too.
Carl, one
Yeah.
thing is if they do the widening and it's just base this year, your safety aspect of it's achieved. Because
Still
there'll
need
be-
the indemnification though.
Oh, no, but I'm saying like that aspect, if they, even if the wearing surface isn't on, the widening will be achieved. And they'll have temporary markings down and people can utilize it. And then next year when the overlay's done, you'll get your permanent marking. So it'll just be a matter of the indemnification. And then subject if we get the two property owners to agree to sign. Cash stuff,
Sean?
things for people.
Sean, can you explain what you said again? So you're saying that even if we were to meet with the property owners and get them to sign off, we would still have to do an indemnification even if the work was delayed until later this year for the widening and next year for the paving?
Now, once the property owners sign off, then the indemnification is a non-issue. What I had just said is that I think you were suggesting doing part of the project, but any part of this project is going to require that indemnification.
To start.
Right,
Right,
to start the project.
But if you didn't start it until after the property owners signed off,
Right, then the indemnification is not needed at all.
Then the
Once they
movement
sign.
is to release the requirement to complete the work prior to opening. That's really our two choices. If we want the work done, we have to indemnify and then hope that there's work for the residents to release, or we have to forego the work. And the motion would then be to disconnect that requirement from the opening, right?
Right.
But then we have the indemnification sitting out there that Costco would want to release quickly, right? So.
Right.
Okay.
I bet they're home right now. Why don't we just take a field trip?
Notwithstanding Nancy's comment earlier, I just ask you to keep in mind.
You don't know that one neighbor back there.
Luckily, he's not involved.
Good comment.
Costco is fixing a problem that we're not causing. And on top of
you're
that,
being held
and on
hostage.
top of that, you're asking us to indemnify these two property owners, in effect, and PennDOT. I just, it's remote in distance and in functionality. Why do I say functionality? Because Costco hasn't caused these traffic issues that we are fixing. It's $1 million, almost. $500,000. $500,000 in work. So Costco's doing it. We're fixing HSS's problems. We're fixing Township existing problems and 15 feet of our problem.
You know, one of my honest opinion,
Sure, Dave.
I think Woods Drive, 114 will get more impact from that store than 114 in Texaco. Because people are gonna use Woods to get over the Roaring Fork to get over. That's just my opinion. Now, they might not say so, but I
And-
see how the traffic patterns go.
And I understand the concept of being risk averse, and Lord knows PennDOT wants to lay liability off on anybody that they can. And as an applicant under an HOP, that's who it falls to. But I just think I've asked the board to recognize that we're doing the work. We didn't cause the problem. We're not really adding to the problem, and there are other developers that are benefiting from it too. So yeah, it's a community-wide fix, and I don't want to say it's a township problem, but we'd appreciate it if the township signed the indemnity, let us get on with the work, we open the store. And in the meantime, you have my word that we will also meet with the landowners to try and work it out.
Anybody want to make a motion?
Nancy's good at them. Let her do it.
74. Make a motion to approve the indemnification of Silver Spring Township Costco traffic improvements road and Texaco Road intersection. Want to add something to that?
I think the way that motion reads, it's an indemnification of the township. We want it an indemnification by the township of PennDOT.
Could we include the meeting with the residents in that motion and all that accessory?
It's not a,
No, I don't think we should put that in.
I don't, it's a condition to meet with them. Yeah, how about we do, it's a motion to approve the indemnification of PennDOT for improvements along Hoagstown Road and Texaco Road, including an agreement from Costco to meet with the residents at, or the owners, I should say, of 433 and 431 Hoagst, 430? Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's right. 430 and 433 Hoagstown Road.
Yeah.
What Sean said.
Yes.
This
All right,
is my-
sorry, but that then requires this work to be done this year, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Nancy moved, Dave second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, motion carries 4-1. Thanks, guys.
They will be in touch.
Yep. I'll try to help you the best I can.
Thanks. Yeah,
Can't
introduction.
get a hold of him, which he never answers his phone. Call me. You know?
I'm in the hospital if I'm not picking.
No, he's
So-
just not answering his
Well,
phone.
we'll make, even if David's unavailable, we'll still make the effort with those two landowners.
You could
for
call
record.
Nancy.
Thanks, Kurt.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Nancy, you could go.
Yes, I'll go if Dave doesn't go.
Right, next we have a zoning map amendment. This is consideration to draft and advertise the changes that are listed here. Any discussion or questions on these?
Yeah, I have a question, Sean, in regards to parcel number 38080567-013 401 Mulberry.
Mhm.
This cannot, how will this play out with the fact that there's litigation? Will this hurt our cause? And also, in the event that the applicant wins, this is a moot point, right?
Yeah, that's correct. The latter point there is correct.
Well, you'd have
It doesn't,
non-conforming.
right, right, it doesn't affect, it won't affect the litigation itself. Litigation's based on the record.
Okay.
So, yep.
Yeah, the other,
It wouldn't be, if they were to win, just to clarify, it becomes a non-conforming use, assuming the rezone would occur.
Yeah, yes, it would be a non-conforming use.
So that would,
If it-
that
if
would
it's
limit
rezoned.
expansion and abandonment. We would
It-
have tools.
It would, yeah.
yeah,
They'd still be able to go ahead with their project as
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the other question I have, and I missed last month's meeting, was there any discussion pertaining to the properties on Texaco Road between 114 and say the entrance to the development there, probably like the first 4 or 5 houses in regards to the maybe potentially changing those to some sort of mixed use or something else potentially because of the traffic impacts on those people?
Yeah, so what we were tasked to do here is to reset things to the 2015 map, which was the map that was in play up until the 2022 amendments to the map. So that's all you have here is it's a reset of this so that you can take you made changes there. You reset back and reconsider what you want to do along that corridor. Given all this, I mean, we've been talking half the night about Texaco Road, given the traffic that's coming through there. So this is giving you an opportunity to reset And then I think what the next phase would be planned is that we discussed previously, and JJ, sorry to wake you up then. It's been a long night. That then we dive a little deeper into a more thoughtful process specific to this corridor of properties.
I just have concerns with the litigation on that parcel and anything we do there. In theory, I agree. When we looked at that, floodplain was 50-something% of that property. Never expected in 100 years, no pun intended, with the 100-year floodplain, for them to spend that kind of money to alter it. It was like, as far as I'm concerned, it was an oversight. Nobody thought that was even feasible. But with the litigation going on, this is me. I have concerns that it would hurt our cause or something negatively in the township standing with that and or anybody else involved.
Yeah, it is impossible that it would hurt the cause. And the reason for that is the judge has limited the record to the record that was developed in front of the board. So they would not be able to get this kind of evidence in.
I'm just gonna, I'll be opposed to it, not in theory, but concerns over the legal end of it.
Mhm. I won't take it personally.
No, it it was a mistake made. I mean, try not to make them, but at the same token, I just don't want to do anything where it hurts our standing legally.
Any other comments from the board?
I'd like to say, I think it's really important that we go back and we made some mistakes, both with the comprehensive plan, which I wasn't on the board then, but I was on the board when we updated the zoning map. We made some mistakes with these parcels and they need to be fixed. And I think this is an important step towards that. Like, we discussed, we can, like Sean mentioned, we can look at the corridor more in depth, more comprehensively, but I think it's important to set what was mistakes, make them right. So this is a important step in my mind.
Got it. Thanks, Laura. Harry or Nancy, anything? Anybody willing to make a motion?
To approve the drafting and advertisement of a zoning map amendment to rezone all the parcels along the Texaco Road corridor listed under this agenda item to the zoning districts established under the zoning map adopted September 23rd, 2015, the drafting and advertising of any necessary revisions to the comprehensive plan related to this zoning map amendment and authorizing any survey work necessary for the foregoing.
Second.
On the table, Laura, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any?
I will oppose, but I want it stated in the minutes, the reasons I opposed as stated before.
Okay, that motion carries 4-1.
No, I will oppose it too, based on what Dave said.
Yeah, I thought I heard you on the aye, so
No, you didn't.
that then carries 3-2. And we'll move into data centers. Why not?
Okay, I'm going to give you a real quick sort of summary of where we are, and with the idea that it's 10:45 and you're probably safe in punting this if you want to punt this to another month. So I'm going to start with that. If a data center were to want to come into the township today, they would be able to do so. There would be very limited regulations on them. There certainly wouldn't be any regulations specific to a data center use. And the reason I say that is in the I2 zoning district, you have a catch-all use that is it says all other non-residential uses. So that's where data centers would be funneled right now. For practical purposes, as we've discussed before, and we just talked about one of the properties that's currently partially in the I-2. Your I-2 properties are entirely built out. Is that safe to say, Scott, other than? Right. All right. So a data center today to come into the township would have to do one of two things. They would have to scoop up currently developed I-2 properties enough to, they're usually for the scale, I mean, I know there's a 700 acre scale proposal in Middlesex Township, but they're usually looking for a minimum of about 100 acres for data centers. So they'd have to get 100 acres worth of mostly warehouse use right now, scoop that up, and then redevelop that into a data center. That's one option. The other option for them is to come to the board on a discretionary rezone of a property that I imagine would happen on agricultural land. Is there where they would look for it, because that's where they've looked for it here in the past, and I imagine the decision on that is to say no. So for practical purposes, they're stuck looking at already developed warehouse uses to purchase that and build a data center. They're not going to do that. Certainly not at this moment in the development of data centers in the state. They're looking at projects like they have in Middlesex, where there's space, where a board is going to rezone to allow that specifically, when I say undeveloped land, I'm including farmland in that as a lay term. The reality is that the courts don't look at agricultural land as undeveloped land. That is actually intensely developed land as far as the courts see it. So I don't think we have a lot of pressure right now in the township to regulate data centers immediately, because I don't know how long this discussion will go. So I'm giving you that out if you've had a long enough night and you want to move on to the other agenda items. I can go into some depth about what the options are, but I did provide you a several page memo outlining sort of the legal background of it, and giving you at least one example from Straben Township in Adams County that I thought did a pretty good job looking at data center regulations. There are plenty of other examples in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. The Loudoun, Virginia area is a data center hub, and they've placed some, I think they may call them statutes rather than ordinances down there in place. So we have things that we can use. If you want to just at this stage say, bring us some options, we'd like to look at this. We can bring you some more detailed options, or we can have a deeper discussion tonight and sort of.
But I know of at least 3 people who were approached by these data center people, 3 people in Silver Spring Township over by the creek, and were offered big money. And I mean, you say that you don't think they're at the back door. They are. I mean, that's what concerns me.
Yeah, but see, what would happen is you would have to rezone those properties. I'm assuming they're in zoning districts that they're not I-2 zoning district properties, right?
2 of them are ag, and one of them is the golf course.
Right, yeah. So none of those properties are currently zoned to allow data centers at all.
What is the golf course zoned as?
Rural residential.
Oh, okay.
Sean, question for you. So we do currently have something in our ordinance, because before I thought it was like, if you don't have anything to provide for it it's open zone. Like, meaning they could put it in ag, correct, or not?
No, we provide for that catch-all that I talked about in the I-2. So could they make an argument that the use is not provided? Sure, they could make that argument, but we'd be able to point to, well, we have a non-residential use use catch-all in the I2. So that's where it goes, number one. Number two, and this is somewhat outlined in that memo that I provided you. What the use not provided provision in municipal ordinances is doing is avoiding exclusionary zoning claims. And those claims, when the courts look at them, and again, I outlined some of the factors in that, but an important one here is where the applicant is proposing to put the use is consistent with that zoning district otherwise. And an agricultural zone and a rural residential zone is not consistent with an industrial use like a data center.
Now, here's where I'm kind of confounded. They're going north of 81, no public water, no public sewer, into ag areas or rural residential. Why would they want to purchase that because they would need to rezone out of the Board of Supervisors, and I don't think they would get it.
Because it's less expensive. It's going to be more readily available than a warehouse, because warehouses are making money right now. Right. So I have not seen, I'm the solicitor for the assessment board. I never see assessment appeals of warehouses. So that tells me their property values are not commercial property values are not decreasing.
But they would have to hold on to that ground, say 10 years to get a rezone.
No, they wouldn't. They're approaching, what's happening is they're approaching those property owners and saying, we're going to offer you whatever millions of dollars. And we're going to sign an agreement that's contingent on getting this property rezoned. And that's how they're doing it. I imagine that's what the deal was in Middlesex Township, because that property was not zoned.
Yeah, that was residential.
The supervisors in Middlesex
Yeah.
rezoned that property back in March, I think, to accommodate this. And I know that, there surely were discussions leading up to that, both with the township and with obviously with that property owner who was looking to develop that otherwise.
Tell me why we can't, I mean, we have this Strabane Township ordinance. Why can't we just copy somebody else's? Why do we have to reinvent the wheel?
Right. That's why I provided that example. So that's one. I don't like just simply copying it. I mean, we have,
get it.
right, we have local factors we may want to address differently.
Right, but
There's some of the basics in there we pull from there. I might see other provision. I might see wording in a provision that I don't like and rework that, or
about,
provisions elsewhere.
the another county and that kind of stuff. I mean, there's certainly things in there that you would change.
Yeah, well, I mean, the substantive provisions, yeah. So, and there may be better examples elsewhere. I haven't done an exhaustive search of that at this point.
So really in our township, they would have to, in all reality, buy a warehouse facility or disassemble it. If they would purchase something, because that's the only zoning, the I2, that they can really go into, correct?
Correct.
So if they come in and offer an existing warehouse $50 million for their property, then what?
Right. Well, that's exactly right. That's where they would be able to go.
But
And then you would have,
we don't have an ordinance, and so they can.
you'd have a conditional use in front of you as a non-residential use in the I2.
Using all the I2 regulations, setbacks, et cetera.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, all that would be in play, but then you'd only have the general conditional use criteria. You wouldn't have any specific conditional use criteria for a data center.
The other question is, there's a large demand they put on water, I guess, for cooling. Electric. Is there any requirements? Because that ultimately has to be treated. If there's an issue with either capacity for sewer and or water, that they would have to, I guess they could ultimately drill a well, but that puts a constraint on them because they have to treat that water, correct? What I read, it had to be some sort of treatment facility and or it be conveyed to a treatment plant.
That's right, yeah. I mean, and they, if there's not capacity, they can only build to the capacity that's available to them, right? And they can't consume all the potential capacity that could be available, right? Because there has to be enough additional capacity for other growth in the municipality, or in that, well, I shouldn't say the municipality in that case, in that service area for the water sewer.
Yeah, we definitely, right now, I know this from being on the sewer authority board, we have conveyance issues in the corridor of Trindle Springs and or even coming down through the Pike corridor with the development of the hemp property and the Costco and the residential component at hemp. So they would have to do major upgrades. So I would think that would be somewhat of a deterrent too.
Because because they're going to have to pay for those upgrades. They pay for the electrical upgrades. So again, in Middlesex, I keep beating up on Middlesex, but they're one of the first in the state. The developer of the data center there is going to be paying for those PPL upgrades, which actually winds up driving down the distribution cost for all of us. When PPL shows up on your bill, it's the distribution. For those who choose other generators who may not see PPL, generation charges are going to go up unless we get additional capacity in the state.
How do you see us being affected by our own Senator Rothman's Senate bill to not allow us to do certain things about data centers?
Yeah, so I've had some discussions with folks I know who work on the Hill. There are a number of bills. That's not the only one. There's a number of similar bills. From what I hear is those bills are going to find some opposition in the House without other regulation. Looking at Bill, I forget if it's not SB 939, I think it is
Right.
Senator Rothman's bill. I see some ways around the way that's drafted right now, that we continue to be able
Good.
to do some
Glad
things.
to hear it.
Some of them might get caught in markup when they go before committees, but right now, that one in particular, there's some
But they
pretty
need to get their
significant holes
budget
in it.
done before they can pass this, right?
They're juggling other priorities, right?
A few comments to make.
Go ahead.
This township is actually coming late to the party as far as data centers go. About a month and a half ago, I attended a statewide meeting. Statewide. From Adams and Luzerne County to Philadelphia about data centers. People, residents, organizations, medical people all joined in a call, hooked up to discuss what these data centers do to townships. There is an organization called Alliance Against the Line. Sugarloaf Mountain is where that PPL is starting with the electrical poles. 200 feet steel electrical poles and marching straight across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, including Cumberland County. And I can provide you with a map of exactly where they're going. It will rob us of electricity, water, land, and you'll never be able to turn back. They need tremendous, the statistics are stunning on what is needed for even the smallest data center. Adams County is drafting their own ordinances with the help of somebody to tighten up and not have that happen to them. Other counties are joining in. We in Cumberland County have a site, social media, Facebook site, Coalition for Cumberland County Against Data Centers. Anybody can be on it. Anybody can understand it and chime in on anything. The articles are absolutely stunning. Yesterday, I had a conversation with a friend of mine, Roanoke, Virginia. She has a horse farm. 5 miles from her horse farm, a data center snuck in, and it will consume all of the water she uses on her farm. She has well water. She's terrified. This is their home. You won't have a township. You will have a data center. I make that really clear. You will not have a township. You will have a data center. And if any of you can remember the dot-com bust, think of it this way. They are not going to be here in 15 years. You may not even have some of your residents here. Property values will drop. No one will come to Silver Spring Township. Did we start late? I think it's a great discussion. I'm proud that the township took it up. But in terms of what other counties are doing, we're far behind, very far behind. If people are approaching and want data centers, I got it. I understand what's twinkling in everybody's eye. I've talked to residents around the Middlesex data center that's going in. I learned the history of it by court records and everything. But somebody just said, nope, that's what I want to do. And the residents have turned out, and if you haven't been reading about it, it's been in every paper here. Sean, you know the website that I'm talking about for Cumberland County. And you've seen the comments and the people. It is not just this area, but we're waking up to it. Other areas are much further along when it comes to them and what the developers want and need. It isn't just the state even. And they have videos that will show you tap waters that they no longer have pressure because they require so much gallons of water.
No, you're
think
right.
it's one of the most
I'm
foolish
aware
things
of
that
an
we've
area
ever
in
discussed.
Georgia where the people have lost their well water. They don't have water.
Victoria, I appreciate your comments. I just want to reiterate, we do have to provide a use and regulation for them. We can't just say no data centers. So, and I know you probably know that, and that's more what the discussion is
It's like
what are
making a
those
deal with the
regulations?
devil.
We don't have a choice. The deal's been made.
It's not picking a deal with the devil. The law requires a municipality to provide a use for all legitimate uses, legal uses, right? So a data center is not an illegal use; it's a legal use. I talked about exclusionary zoning earlier. If you exclude a legitimate use, you will have it forced upon you by the courts. So the smart and practical thing to do is to address it the way the board's talking about addressing it, and do it thoughtfully and provide a regulated use. If it's something that you don't particularly want and want to mitigate adverse impacts from it, you regulate that. You regulate it under zoning by making it a conditional use, number one. So you have that extra control over it. And then you establish a bunch of criteria. Middlesex took a different tack on that. They did establish criteria, but they made it a permitted use by right. So, and that they have a land development plan now. So that they're locked in to that project right now.
So without, I don't think we're going to be able to get into all those conditions. Is it safe to say that the board would at least like to move forward with that as being a conditional use? And maybe we can bring it back for more discussions on what exactly those regulations are?
I have a question, Sean. When you say that we have to provide the zoning, we are using the I-2. If we dabble in the fact that if it's a conditional use, that doesn't impact us, does it? As long as it's provided that it's in the I-2 zone, we can do the conditions on top of that, and that does not impact us in a negative way at all with.
It improves the situation that you have right now.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as like what you're saying, like by right, as long as we include that in the ordinance of I-2 and we put the conditional use to put the reasonable conditions on it, we're good to go, right?
Right.
Okay.
Just like you did with this earlier tonight with the ordinance you approved. That's a conditional use with specific criteria.
Maybe for the board, Sean laid out a couple 6 questions. Maybe we can come back with answers to those if we don't already have them. I think it was a good way to kind of guide the discussion. But I don't want to speak for the board. I think we do probably want to move forward as a conditional use. If there's consensus on that, we could at least move in that direction and start to come up with what those specific regulations and conditions are.
Yes, Carl.
Yep, go ahead, Laura.
I'm sorry. I would like to, or I do agree with you. I think it should be a conditional use. I think we need to lay out the parameters as it would, regulations as it would be specific to a data center. We need to not just have some general conditions applied as would be right now. But yes, I think it should be a conditional use going forward. We need to lay this out. It's going to take some time. So obviously we need to consider this at the next meeting.
We're good with that so far? Okay.
Sean, if we have defined conditions, we could also have like the caveat, any other conditions deemed reasonable by the board or.
Yeah, you always have that option in a conditional use as long as it's reasonable and related to the project and mitigating adverse impacts to health and safety.
Welfare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
All right, thanks, Sean. Engineering update, JJ?
All right, I'll try and make this quick. Regarding the new Kingstown Streetscape project, HRG wanted to just inform the board of the direction the new Kingstown Vision Committee would like to pursue with the phase 1 of the new Kingstown Streetscape project and receive your concurrence before we move forward with submitting permits through PennDOT for this project. Scott, I believe I pulled up a couple pictures of what the improvements may look like, but in general, the scope of the project will be to limit truck traffic along East and West Main Street in New Kingstown, and then also providing connectivity of Locust Point Road to Farmer Street on the northern side of East Main Street.
You're talking pedestrian connectivity.
Correct.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
pedestrian connectivity.
Right.
Yep. And so the first portion of those improvements to limit truck traffic along Main Street will be signage improvements. In general, there will be additional signs along Locust Point Road identifying no truck traffic along West Main Street. And then also additional directional signages along the Carlisle Pike and Farmer Street as well, directing truck traffic east along Main Street past Farmer Street, not in that section between Locust Point and Farmer Street. Regarding the physical improvements, Scott, you can go to the one more after that. The physical improvements include, as I mentioned, connectivity of a sidewalk from the northeast corner of the Locust and Main Street intersection, eastward towards the Farmers and Main Street intersection. And then the big, in quote, physical improvement that is being proposed is a quote unquote bump out on the southeast corner of the intersection. This bump out includes 18-inch high truck curbing. That would be to limit truck movement turning right as they're traveling northbound on Locust Point Road, turning right onto East Main Street. As mentioned previously, this was discussed with New Kingstown Vision Committee and PennDOT, and New Kingstown Vision Committee would like to pursue this alternative. I did provide a couple examples of what truck curbing looked like in case the board had any questions on what that may look like actually constructed. Scott, that's the other document I pulled up. I don't know if you want to bring that up, but
JJ, real
yes.
quick. With the southeast corner with the fire company, if they're responding to a call, all I ask is that bump out allow for the turning.
Yep.
Of like, at least the tanker is probably gonna be the hardest one, being a
Yep.
tandem axle and.
Yep. Yep, we
Yeah,
reviewed
yeah,
that and
okay.
disabled that.
Yeah, that's all, yeah, that was my
Yep.
main concern.
Yep, yeah, and I would be remiss to say, if I didn't say PennDOT's particular concerns with the truck curbing, their two main concerns are with maintenance of the curbing. As you'll see in a lot of these examples, a lot of these truck curbing, it eventually gets beat up from trucks turning and hitting the curbs. And then ultimately, if a truck were to pop the curb, they typically get stuck on the curbing itself. Now, with normal curbing, they, are able to pop it and drive over it. But with the truck curbing, they usually get stuck on it. However, through our conversations with New Kingstown Vision Committee, they would still like to pursue the truck curbing because the visual deterrent of itself and pairing that with the physical deterrent, they believe would be the most beneficial for their community.
JJ, did we hear anything from the state? I know you said you were going to talk to them about that curbing.
Yeah, so we had coordination with PennDOT through our scoping meeting with them, and they didn't say they wouldn't approve it. During those meetings, they're not going to say yes or no on whether they are going to approve these improvements. However, it's our understanding that PennDOT would be okay with approving this improvement. However, ultimately, PennDOT does have final say, and if they come back and say, no, we don't want truck curbing, then I believe the direction would be to just go with regular curbing on the bump out instead.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, and Tyler, I want to thank you also for that presentation. Oh, well, you were the big force behind the big force. I know, but I want to thank you both
Tractor
for,
trailer that's been turning.
I want to thank you both for the presentation that you gave to the New Kingston Vision. I know that was really in depth and was great. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And if there are no objections from the board with these proposed improvements, our next steps will be to submit the permit to PennDOT.
I've seen we installed them in our township. We had trouble with trucks utilizing a road. And our high curb on it, it was probably another foot to maybe 16 inches higher.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed if it is. That also gives pedestrians their little protection on top of it. I don't know if PennDOT will approve it. We did ours on a township road, but
Yeah.
they would allow. I wouldn't be opposed even if it's higher.
Sounds good.
Thanks, JJ.
Yep, no problem.
Chief, expense approvals?
All right, good evening. Good morning.
All right, requesting permission to use funds. We have the Cops Cares for Kids Fund, the K-9 Fund, and a Police Equipment Fund that are all funded by donations. We'd like to use $9,100, no more than $9,100 out of the Police Donation Fund for non-budgeted expenses of a new solar-powered speed sign and breaching kits for the cruisers. We currently have one kit, but we want one in each car, and that we learned from the active assailant exercise that we need them in every car. A breaching kit is typically a halogen tool, which is a firefighter's crowbar, battering ram, bolt cutters, and a sledgehammer.
Got it. Any comments, questions for Chief? Look for a motion on those two.
Motion to approve.
Nancy moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Dave, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any? Thanks, Chief. The vacuum nozzles, we tabled this last month pending more information from the authority. Have we gotten any more information?
I checked base with Jim here yesterday afternoon. At this time, the authority does not have a fee structure in place for any type of rental. They are still working through legal and insurance to see what all is involved.
Oh, ag, Carl, even if we rent through the provider, the township, the truck itself, they don't give you the nozzles, so they're not gonna go to waste if we would go that other route. And there's talking from, did you corroborate that there's gonna potentially be like a 5 to 10% increase coming up in the next couple of months?
My understanding is it's their typical yearly rate increase that products have.
So, I mean, you're talking maybe $7,000 increase on this fee.
We budgeted 25. That's my biggest concern. We're
This- and
we're up
this
to
is-
80.
And it becomes almost $80,000 and I don't even know what a nozzle is. I mean, I just think
There-
that's outrageous. And we have budget coming up that we can budget it for next year. I don't want to spend $78,000 now. You're not even going to use it darn thing till next spring.
Well, you can use them year round, but they last they should last 20 years.
But this one is, if I read this stuff and I'm not qualified to read it, but I mean, some of this stuff seems like extra, I don't need this part or I don't need this. I don't need all, there must be lesser, there must be $50,000 ones that are effective.
Each one has its own purpose. And
What are we doing today? We're not flushing.
we haven't done
Yeah. Well, I just feel like if we're not doing anything to now, we have every possible potential.
Yeah, so
right?
part of the from public works side is we still don't know what the new permit is, right? But the draft is out there, and we're speculating that one of the credit areas is cleaning your storm pipes and inlet boxes, right? So we already do that now by hand after storms. Oh, okay. With Laura too online. All right. So right now we clean inlet boxes by hand. After major storms or before major storm events, we go out and we clean and check inlet boxes. With the new permit and talking with Jen on the MS4 side, it could be an area that we could get credit for. So we are being proactive with the sewer authority buying their vac truck and looking to the future and saying it would be good practice for us to clean out our storm drains every year. So that's kind of what started this planning last year. And we budgeted the 25K because at the time that's what we thought was reasonable enough to get us some nozzles to make that work happen. The vac truck just came in. We still don't have the permits. And we got quotes on nozzles in July there once that vac truck came in.
One we didn't know, that, we have some box culverts. They make a special head for that. And as time goes on, we have pipes that maybe I think we do still have some that are clogged. Each one of those does a specific job. Like if you have one that's totally closed or you have one with roots in, whatever, they all have their purpose. And when you need that tip, you need that. And if we have it we buy them now, they're not going to get any cheaper. And we'll have them, if you're out and you have a problem and you need that tip, then you got to remobilize later, come back. This is pretty much for the next 30 years and.
Why are we not sharing this cost with the sewer authority?
Because what they use to do their lines are different tips. Like the storm pipes are bigger. So like what we're running through, most of our size lines are up to maybe 8 inch at the biggest. Some of their storm pipes, we have 30-inch pipe. We have box culverts that are, like 6 foot high, 12 foot wide. They're geared to different uses. So I think it's wise. You might as well buy what we need up front.
And why can't we just budget for it for next year?
Well, we did budget 25.
Well, but why can't we do that again this year?
But budget another 25.
Well, I mean, like 35, I don't know that we need to go from nothing to everything here, right? Like 35 of this is 2 chain scrapers and a camera nozzle. I don't know, can we rent a camera nozzle, right? I don't know.
Well, what that does is that helps you, like if you have a blockage, it gives you the ability to see what you have and leave that. That's the piece I think it is. The camera nozzle.
I would like to have a demonstration on an $80,000 nozzle.
But it's multiple ones.
I'm not yet comfortable either on this potential lease agreement. I don't know what we're looking at spending, or it makes me a little frustrated to just shuffle money to where we're going to be paying the sewer authority.
And I thought Jim Stevens was supposed to get back to us with this information that we could make.
Yeah, I think he's doing everything.
Yeah.
Also, solicitors working on the people trying to get hooked up.
Tyler, is there an option to contract the flushing?
Yeah, so I look, so locally we do have a couple rental companies that they rent the actual truck. And the weekly rate is 4,500 to 5,500 a week. It's more beneficial to do the monthly rate. The monthly rate is the one company low end, 14,200. The upper end is 15,600, right? So you're in that $14,000 to $15,000 range for a month rental. And if you look at how many pipes and inlet boxes we have, we would want to rent it for a full month and spend a month going at it and cleaning all the pipes and whatnot. All the rentals, though, they come with the standard nozzle head. And they've expressed that to us. You'd still need to get some sort of your own nozzle makeup to attach to the truck. It does not come with an operator, though, but our guys, they have their CDLs. And both of those companies, they do a training session before the truck leaves the lot. And according to them, it's easy enough to operate. And they're also great vendors of ours. They're in the area. If we need them, they can come out or we can take the truck back. But it is self-operating according to them. I understand that the sewer authority, they want to rent it with the operators. It's their truck. They're invested in that. So I understand the sewer authority's point in
The
that.
same as an outside.
We do not have a rate from them yet.
His preliminary rate, I think he thought around 175 an hour, which there you're getting all the fuel that you have to burn in that truck.
Yeah, I have not been given a fee.
Yeah, he was in that range, I think, and I'm not quoting or holding that till he does all the sharpening of the pencil,
I
but
could see like paying for fuel. I don't want to get into this tit for tat where you charge us that, we charge you this, and we're on the same team here. I mean, that's the way I view it, so.
if you're sending 2 guys out for a month, I look at it 30% of the township, because I sit on the authority board, 30% of the township sewered. So if we're doing every inlet in the township, that benefits people that aren't on sewer, that the sewer customers are paying to perform that service and wear and tear. That's the hard part. And we're already charging a utility for the stormwater. So if we didn't charge that, it might be a little different.
But we shouldn't spend just to
The
spend.
nozzle money come from MS4.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it
where the
would.
money would
Can
be
we,
coming out of.
can
that
we look
money.
at what nozzles would be, is there any way to pair this? This seems like a really nice to have list. Is there Is there a need list that we could work on?
Yeah, so I was not there that day during the demo. I was on vacation, so I relied on Supervisor Lanker. He was part of the organization of it, and Lonnie did attend with that.
The bigger picture here is, I mean,
I'm sorry, what's that?
I just want to say, like, the last meeting, there's just an $80,000 expense dropped on the agenda that none of the board knew about. So it's just, it's frustrating for me. I'm just being open. I'm not speaking directly to you, Tyler, but
Understood.
there was no planning, no budgeting. Here's 80 grand. It's just, it's sticker shock.
And again, I thought we were, by this time, we're gonna get information from Jim.
I don't even know
about the-
when we're going to
yeah.
use them, where we're going to store them, how big these things are. I have an idea, but we don't even have the truck or the agreement, who we're paying, how much, what the MOU even says. There's legal consequences apparently from Jim, right? He's worried about liability issues. So there's just a lot to be worked out for me to just comfortably say, let's go forward with 80 grand. I got to speak my piece on it. I'm frustrated by it, and that's where I stand. So
So could we maybe table it or?
They go up 10%, that's, you know,
How fast do they go up?
it goes up all at once when they do a price increase. Some of that stuff's foreign, so the tariff, I don't know if that's the reason for this increase or not.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that increase
Yeah.
would be. Yeah.
But we should know more by the meeting in September.
From the sewer authority,
I would. think
hopefully, I don't know their timetable though.
Jim was trying to do more research. He's trying to cover what they have into it. But I do agree when it's about $700,000 truck. I would rather their staff do it, because if something
The
happens.
truck cost 700,000?
The one that the sewer authorities are providing, yeah, it's almost $750,000.
How big is it?
Tandem axle truck, it's. Yeah, that's why he's trying to recoup. There's a lot of wear and tear to it, and then they have two guys out with it and the fuel.
I
burns.
suggest a field trip down to the sewer plant.
And I don't know, Dave, if it's one of those things where we could look at the purchase in a phased approach and say, let's look at that order you came up with, kind of like what we did with the wood chipper, and review it and just be like, hey, maybe that is a nice to have. Let's back that off for now. Let's see how things work, and in the future, maybe get that additional
Either
type
that
of head of nozzle.
Do 35 this year, 35 next year. We have money in that fund, and I'm not saying that we frivolously spend it, but if we have all those types of pipes and we encounter something out there when they're doing it, I would rather them have the tools than to pull out of something, wait till a vendor can supply it. And if the prices keep going up.
Yeah, and I think we've agreed that
Yeah.
once we figure everything out with the sewer authority, that the sewer authority is really that emergency arm where if there is an emergency, we know that truck can be available a lot quicker than trying to go through a rental company, right? But until we get what their rental costs would truly be, we have to weigh the external rental companies as well against this purchase. So the only thing I can think of right now is for Dave and I to go back and look at that list and see what we can reduce on it, and then bring something else forward. I'm also not opposed to incorporating it into the budget season, but we do have 25K budgeted in the 2025 budget.
We should definitely, especially the ones that are going up most.
Yeah. We can revisit with Dax
Increases.
we can get with Dax and really nail into that, Dave.
is there a chance Jim comes back and says, legal says not a chance, we're not leasing it out, now we're sitting on the nozzle?
I don't know.
But even if we rent the truck from the vendor, you have to supply your tips. You don't
Yeah.
get the general purpose one.
Basically get a power washer.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see us table that, and more discussions.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Nancy moved to table. I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any. That motion carries. Okay.
I'll get with you, Dave.
Great.
Thanks, Tyler. I lost my agenda, but there we go. Okay, supervisor and staff comments, Scott?
I'll make it quick because it's almost midnight. just like last year, usually this is the time I get asked to go back to Shippensburg to help them out with some stuff. So I've been asked again to be the keynote speaker for explaining my expertise in land development and some other stuff and helping with some mock interviews and helping the next, the next school of to help out the School of Engineering and help out the environmental science. So I'll be doing that later this year, just letting the board know.
Cool. Thanks, Scott.
Good.
Willetta? Amy? Go ahead. Philip? Earl? Chief? Sean?
My wife asked me how long the meeting was going to go tonight. I told her I'd be home around midnight, so.
Oh, well,
I'm
about-
getting pretty good at
good
this. Well, I still have a drive yet, Nancy. What I should say, when I came to the executive session, I was coming from my son's first football game. He's never played football before. He's on the freshman team. They played CV tonight,
Yeah.
freshman teams, and we won 32-0. So.
Nice.
That's all.
Ray?
That very
Well said,
exciting.
thank you.
JJ? Nancy?
No, golf tournament is on Friday.
Next Friday.
Anybody
Next
want-
Friday,
Next
week from
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, not this Friday, next Friday, sorry.
Got
That's it, yeah.
Harry?
I want to wish everyone a safe and good Labor Day.
Thanks, Harry. Dave?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody, either staff, there's residents, business owners that reached out to me during my illness. Word got around. I appreciate that there was some cards and some words of encouragement, and that meant a lot to me. Also, and also the card from the township staff. Ray, did we ever finalize on the Bethlehem, the seminar? Did you speak to the employees?
No,
All right, are we going to?
we're gonna evaluate, yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it, Dave.
Okay, because I think that's coming up here in a couple weeks. The chief, I missed the last meeting. What's the status on the towing ordinance? Was that? And then what about all the other stuff that was in that we had for pertaining to workers' comp and?
Yeah, that's all in there. And then by the end of this week, we're going to have an application that's going to be able to go out to all the
Okay.
towing companies. Yep.
Okay, good job, guys. I know it's a hassle for you, chief, but I didn't really want to do it, but I appreciate the effort you guys had on that. Can we check some of these chairs? This chair keeps going down. One of them, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't do me any justice.
That's why we leave quarters, just put the extra
Okay.
quarter in.
Hey, well, I'm gonna put a $50 in it then. If we can look at some of these chairs, maybe get some good ones up here. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Dave. Laura?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to thank the staff that really participated in the celebration. We had a ton of staff involved. That was for the land preservation 1,000-acre celebration. Tyler did a fantastic job with the setup at the park. Everybody pitched in. Ray was fantastic with planning. Missy, everybody. It was just great having everyone there, and just so impressed. And the people who were visiting from outside the township were really impressed with our staff overall. So thank you to everyone who helped make this a great event.
All right. Thanks, Laura. Anything else from staff? Any objection to adjournment? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Yeah,
Didn't
well,
end up
Nancy
being-
knew. Yeah, she did. She told me she.